Does your world look like this, my naga? Does your world look like this? Does your world look like this or this? Uh, or one of these? These are the same ones inverted. I mean, letting you know orientation pies, orientation enchilada. Wow. Drop Nation, what it do? Shabbat Shalom. Again? Don't it feel like time is going so fast? We just said Shabbat Shalom, and now we're here again saying Shabbat Shalom. Hey man, do your best to rest. You've done a lot of work. Your body needs it, your mind needs it, your spirit needs it, your tribe needs it. All these days are our days, so it don't matter like if you think your rest day is Wednesday or some lunar cycle, this or that. The point is unity. All these days belong to HaWah, to the Creator. So I'm taking all these days. Saturday can't be Saturn day. Nah, it's HaWah day. Sunday can't be the sun's day. Nah, it's HaWah day. Monday can't be moon day. Hell nah, it's HaWah's day. So, we try to, be, our best to be unified and rest Friday sundown, the Saturday sundown. That one day of rest really does build up the unity in the tribe, but even more so in your home, you know what I mean? So just keep giving it the effort, my naga, allow HaWah. Because without that, all this orientation pies, it don't even matter. You can't even eat if you don't got the breath, my naga. So if we ain't in code, all this stuff don't matter. So let me just start right there, my naga. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't trying to rest, what's the point? You're gonna get gassed out, right? Like any other fighter that don't know how to breathe, he's gonna gas out. What's the point of training? What's the point? If on the day of the competition or whatever, you're gonna hold your breath. What's the point? Now you're just being silly. Mama's like, you must be thoughtless. You forgot to breathe. Well, let me get Proverbs 8 back on your head bone, my not. Halal HaWah, man, framer shaper. Because that's why we have orientation pies and orientation enchiladas. Mama is the, you know, energy that puts these ingredients together to make a fine meal. Wisdom, they call her. Wisdom's what they call her. The father needs his queen. That's Big Mama. That's wisdom. And she can put a fine meal together, give you the pieces to put together, fortify the kingdom. This is what King Solomon's praying for, the fortification of his kingdom. He said, don't let her go. You find her, you find life. Now that we know how to breathe again, or at least we're learning how to breathe again, because that's really a mastery, right? To breathe is mastery. Anybody that, be sparring, whatever you do, breath work is the key to a lot, right? Like, you got to learn how to breathe again. When to breathe out your nose and, the different quality of air you're getting and, different things, man, how to breathe out of your abdominal, you know what I mean? So we're learning to breathe again. But now that we are becoming aware of the breath, we can now begin to see clearly HaWah's beautiful earth plane and the handiwork. You see the ring of continents. And I wonder if all the continents outside the Antarctica ice wall. See, I'm just going to speak plainly to my Nagas at this point. We done kicked at least 15 hours of flat drop, within this last strong or so. So I'm just going to kick off at this point. Like, if you surfing the wave, you surfing the wave. You got the drop. I already know you already got it, Con. You already got it, Con. So I'm saying, man, like, all these other planes, you know what I mean? If they all just connect, man, like to these outer planes, you know what I mean? If that's what Admiral Byrd is talking about, what he's saying, that the earth is shrinking with an ever increasing exponential shrinkage or whatever he's saying. Is that what the scriptures, I forgot if it's in the New Testament or Old Testament, but it's talking about I think Revelations, the stars falling, like, stars are falling. But all these are the stars, you know what I'm saying? So these are the reflections, the dome, the crystal barrier reflections. This is what we learned about Amadeo Giannini. He's saying it's just more land, it's just more water, which means nothing is really, up that we've seen. All that is reflected possibly off of this glass, water, ether. Love to mod Jigga, man. My Naga Ma drop some drop. And he answered the question beautifully that, I kind of hinted to, like, I said, is this remember the rocket, hitting the water above from last drop? Go get the last drop, man. Sir, y'all better be surfing this wave, man. My Jigga definitely bona fide way to surf from day one, man. Been surfing the wave in the water, long before there was a Drop Nation, and that there was a My Jigga in the water surfing the wave, man. So hey, out to the My Jigga, man. Yeah. So this other clip we about to get, actually real soon we're gonna get it. And answer the question. I was like, how is it hitting the waters above unless it's getting through the firmament? And that kind of puzzled Enoch. I was like, is this like is this a break in the firmament? Are they targeting a point of firmament? And then, what I'm saying? We got some, drop that we can feast on with the ether, because it's going to go hand in hand. I've been wanting to get back in the ether. We in the ether, but, I've been wanting to get back in the conversation of the ether, man. So, all right, so look, man. map drop. And this is the Mercator projection. Remember Mercator or Merculus or Mercury or Thoughty boy. Mercator. Put the half truth in your face, duality, Yeah, it's not a globe, right? It's a flat plane, but it's just a stretched out globe, But look at Antarctica popping off. This looks like Tarzanta. Remember the Tarzanta flow? Remember Tarzanta? Wow. Say, cow, what it do? Okay, I can't get this clear down here. I'm gonna pull it up on another projection, but just remember this barrier, and we're gonna see it's the same ring. It's the same ring. This ring that we see, all this ring going around, that's the real orientation. This ring of land, which we call Antarctica, and we act like it was some frozen such and such, some wasteland of ice, but really it's tropical. You see nothing but no cap, no ice cap on Antarctica's chest bone. No ice cap on Antarctica's chest bone. These are orientation pies, man. You see the gateways to get through to more worlds beyond the pole. You're surfing the wave, so that's what this is representing at the bottom, which is really supposed to be curving around. And if you look at it slickly, they can actually show that it is curving up on both sides. It is curving up. It is curving up into a circle. But not a ball. Balls. Look at this, man. Look at what they did to this beautiful David Rumsey, man. This is actually on the DavidRumsey.com. So shout out to DavidRumsey.com. Showing you different projections. But now, where does all that extra land go? Like, where does all this go? This is a lot of land, look at it, man. We're going to get it bigger. We're going to get it way bigger. This is a lot of land, boss, ain't it? This is more land than Africa, America, India this, India that, all the land, Asia. There's more land. Antarctica surrounding you is like 3 times, or at least twice the size of the known land that we're looking at, that we think we know. This continent here is full of connectivity, right? So this is going to answer a lot of questions, like where these niggas come from? Where these niggas come from? And really, how we connect to more Nagas beyond the pole. Because remember, they found more dark-skinned people they thought was in the tropical zone in their own wall of ice. See, to them, we're in a wall of ice, right? They're like, nah, You know, they can't connect. You know, they think they're on the ball. We think we're on the ball. Possibly, they think they're on the ball. Right? Where does all that extra land go? Like, where did it all go? Where's Antarctica, man? Where's Antarctica on your boat? Look, man. You know, so they think we're in some type of tropical ice thing. You know, but love to the bro analog, man. The archivist, man. Archivist. He done told us he's reading from
mast of his ship.
hold up, man. Hey, we about to hey, let me get my fair use. Hold up, man. Where my fair use at? Where's my fair use? Where's my fair use in your caboose bone? Stop playing with a nugget. Stop playing with a nugget. Shabbat shalom. It's not quite the Shabbat yet, but I'm in Shabbat mode already, man. I'm still popping off a little bit. I'm gonna get my last minute pop offness. So it might be an outburst. I might be overdropping. Y'all let me know if drop is overdropping, man. Cause I know I've been dropping. I told y'all, don't get drop started. For those wave servers that don't know how we function, you know what I'm saying? When we in, we in. We just revving up. And some people like, you overdropping. Now, nobody actually said I was over. Well, you know, some said I was overdropping, but they said it was a good thing. So I guess I'm gonna keep overdropping. You know? What else? What else is there to do? What else is there to do? Hey, where was I? Where was I, y'all? I got a lot going on, man. I got a lot of links, a lot to talk about. You would not think we just did 15 hours at least of flat drop. I thought flat drop was done. You thought flat drop was over, man. We just getting started. I just lay back and see who's, taking the wheel. You know, drop can't take the wheel all the time. I know we got a lot of great scholars out there, man. Y'all trying to see how y'all's rocking with the flat drop, man. Now I see, man. Niggas is thirsty. It's time to drink. It's trying to get this water. I'm thirsty for it. I didn't know I was so thirsty, but I'm thirsty for the flat drop 101. Are we on a ball, man? Why they do this to? Where's all this extra land go? Like, where did all this land go, right? Where did all that land go when you put it on a ball? It just disappeared, and that's the point. They got these Nagas across the ice thinking they on the ball, and we think we on the ball. So it separates you because you think you got to fly to outer space to get to the Nagas across the plane. You say, what Nagas across the plane, boss? You know, the Nagas, man, The Nagas across the plane. Archivist, take the wheel. Hold on, man.
I do not do a podcast.
You got some stuff here, man. Alpha Brain, man. Y'all let me know if y'all ever try Alpha Brain, man. I think sea moss is cool. I think, I've been digging on sea moss. Finally, I started digging on sea moss. It was crazy. It took me a while. Let's get it.
Because as we stated earlier, they all start something. They uncover something.
Uh,
The expedition to which they find, I'm not sure, but
uh,
something with enough evidence to fund or to ignite a fire under several nations, all in a race to explore this region.
okay.
And as they stated, the reason that no one had been there or tried was because it was considered to be a sweltering hot place peopled by dark skinned
Come
nations,
on,
and
man.
they reasoned that if discovered, little good could come from it.
If discovered, little good could come from it, meaning that they might get their ass whooped. They say nothing good was going to come if we stumble on Black Panther and them over there. A sweltering hot place. This is beyond Antarctica. I'm looking for the name of the article. A belly flop, man. You know me. You know me. Oh, okay. I really belly flop. Really belly flop. Okay, okay. My bad, archivist. My bad. My busy. All right, it's called the South Pole. An American expedition will cross the Antarctic Sea in a sailboat on wheels. Expect to find a warm. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, boss. Boss. Boss man. Boss lady. I'm out of here, boss. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. All right. I'm tired of this, man. We out of here. We out of here. We up, man. We going to a warm, open, blooming country. Now look, man, I suggest you wait for HaWah in all things. Before you get to ultimate pop offness, know the creator's real. If you doubting that, then you doubting that frequency, the code. Once you see that there's a firmament and waters above or ether popping off up to my jiggy, once you see this is actual factual stationary plane, the creation, the sun, the moon within the firmament, the dome, more lands beyond a pole, like everything starts to make sense. Seeing the same constellation since the beginning of time doesn't make any sense. If you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, you should see different things. If you're going over 60,000 miles per hour, you should see different stars by now. So you shouldn't see the same constellation. Even if they were the same stars, they would be in different, patterns. Like they wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't have the same Polaris, the same North Pole, the same North Star, the same damn North Star that's been guiding all these sailboats all this time. All these ships been following the same North Star, the same North Star, and you're traveling at 67,000 miles per hour in outer space, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour on a wobble, and you got the same damn North Star. Stop playing with a nugget. They finding warm, open, blooming country outside the wall. The South Pole, boss. We got last time they went over 2,300 miles beyond the South Pole point. This is 1946. Admiral Byrd in there. Is we playing? We talking U.S. Navy. F. Amity Giannini. Worlds beyond the poles. Stratosphere experiments. They going beyond the poles. They going into the stratosphere. They looking down, and we look like a bunch of constellations from 65 miles in the sky. Pictures they took from a V2 rocket, 65 miles up, down on New Mexico looks like a whole constellation. This is optical illusions. These aren't just random pieces of gaseous stars. This is more land, more water, or reflections thereof in the flat plane. I'm open to all the investigation. You want to talk craters? Let's talk craters. You want to talk moon maps? Let's talk moon map. But don't spin me on no ball, boss. Because what happens when you spin me on a ball is you separate me from my other Nagas across the Antarctic, man, across the plane. You put us on a bunch of balls and act like we can never, ever reach each other again. Unless we get in a damn spaceship, man. But a spaceship is just a ship in outer space. And space is water. They went on an American expedition crossing the Antarctic, man, in a sailboat on wheels. And they expect to find a warm fuego. Hey, say it with me. Hold on, man. You ever wonder? Look how little they put Antarctica down here, and they call it Terra de Fuego, land of heat, man. Expect to find a warm land. Say it with me now. Fuego. Hey, can y'all put in the comments? Fuego. There's a bunch of fireballs. I want to see a gang of fireballs and volcanoes all over the comments. Even if you never left a comment, just let me know you surfing the wave with a nugget and asking the right questions. Why is Terra Fuego where Antarctica is? Fuego. We're going to see Terra Fuego over and over again. This ain't the only Fuego. This ain't the only Fuego. I'm talking Antarctica, boss. Yeah, this is 1548 map, Gastaldi map. Before they called it North America and it was just India Superior, boss. The Superior India. That must be where they found the Superior Prester. Look out for Prester 129. Look out for Prester 129. I'm talking Fuego. 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 All right, calm down. I might be overdrive, but I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Fuego. They found a bunch of darkies across the ice. Let's pick it up from right here, man. This was I forgot to see the date on it. I think he said 1800s and something. But definitely dig on the archivist, man. Let's get it.
Things. The first and most useful will be the establishment of a shortcut from one continent to another. Second, they will have settled certain geographical points. And third, they will have gratified the curiosity of those who wonder what the South Pole climate is like.
Now we're going to talk climate. Before they said shortcut. Now, how would Antarctica be a shortcut to anywhere? Does that make... This is why we get orientation pies. And this is why we get orientation enchiladas, man. Antarctica surrounds you. How is that a shortcut to other continents, boss? What? I want to get to Africa, so I'm going to go to Antarctica, cross the lands. Like, what are you talking about, man? This is Cappadocia at the highest level. I call Cappadocia. Even on these other projections. Even on the Mercator projection. How is Antarctica a shortcut, my nugget? What, you just going to take a bus all the way? Like, come on, boss. Come on, boss. How's it a shortcut on a ball? Like, show me that. I don't see this either, man. So it only makes sense if they're talking about connecting to more land. It's a shortcut based on the gateway. Yeah. There's a few ways out. Uh-oh. Or is it a shortcut to the land of Prestigion? I said, Prestigion, the Ethiopian. Ooh. This is, we got some more information about Prestigion's land being outside the wall. Who was that? Man. INC, PNC, Italian PNC. Shout out to Italian PNC. You got some great drop on that. We got to definitely get that get that back for a stack, man, because he found the land of Prester John, one of those, beautiful maps, man, with the lands outside the ice ring. But, come on, bro. Now, these are 1,500 maps. Why put a random Naga outside the wall? And they got some other peoples outside there. Matter of fact. Again. We're going to get it again from Archivist. I'm sorry, Archivist. We just in pop-off mode right now. So I might seem like I'm all over the place, but I'm really zeroing in. Rock with the drop right now, all right? Look at me, man. Look at me like Preston, man. Yeah. And remember, there was something to that eye situation, that some type of mythos around it. So we just talking about dark-skinned people in this tropical area outside Antarctica, right? This is what we're getting out this document of the archivist. You see the Prester chilling outside the wall. He ain't the only one. Other people seem to have the keys to certain parts of the gateway. And then we got some drop from Attain PNC about land, the Prester John, and all these things, Atlantis, all these things connected outside the wall. Like, did Atlantis sink, or did it go beyond the wall? Like, these are questions we could ask in this investigation, man. That's called surfing away. Okay. So let's get it back. Of course, they're going to put them you know, in Africa, right? They say Ethiopian, they got to associate Ethiopia with Africa. They're not going to bring it to India superior. You're going to have to, again, take it a step further, get that drop, and know that India and Ethiopia are both generic terms and titles for dark-skinned people wherever you are. They both are synonymous with each other, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Both vague, just like Ronald Sanders says in Land's Preston, what's it called? Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. All right, go get that. One of our favorite books in the Preston investigation. So India and Ethiopia are pretty much synonymous with each other. All right. You got Cathay. Cathay just means pure land. You know what I mean? Prester John, he's leading the Car Katai, or Cathay is Katai. And the car just meant black or melanated, dark-skinned people. These dark-skinned people of the Promised Land, which is the Cathay, the Kaffness, India, the Greater India, the Greater Asia, Manaka, the Greater Asia, Manaka. Why? Because of the vortexes, because of the Promised Land. You gotta ask the Creator this, all right? But this is where He's putting the Ibaru, the Hebrews, when we're being found here, and then shipped off to Spain, and shipped off to Portugal, and shipped off from here, boss. Because this is when the first Nagas was put in slave ships. From here, boss. Do the recon, boss. And now you connect this. Remember we talked about the sweat hypothesis, how Antarctica was once connected to Southwest America. Look up the sweat hypothesis. Sweat. You know what I mean? So connect Antarctica to the Amazon queens that we read about, how they was holding down these vortexes, the high Amazon queens in Antarctica. So the Prester flow, the high priesthoods, all this connects with Antarctica deep, mainly because of the gateways, the vortexes. Fuego, fuego. He said warm, right? He said warm, right? Fuego. Come on. Man, he running
No
it up.
power on board.
He running it
Power
up.
up your table saw. A blender.
Every single time, though. Every single time. Yeah, they running it up on these ads, man. You know.
This is what they thought in the 1800s.
All right.
And we're not talking about just one country, several countries, because as we stated earlier, they all start something. They uncover something. The expedition to which they find, I'm not sure, but something with enough evidence to fund our two geographical points. And third, they will have gratified the curiosity of those who wonder what the South Pole climate is like. Possibly they will establish the South Pole as a winter resort, a rival to
Winter resort, because it's so warm, Anaga. Say it with me. Fuego. And did y'all drop them volcanoes and fireball emojis for Anaga? I need you to understand that you are the fire starter. Because the drop is hot, man. I need some fuegos, man. Anaga, they're looking at making Antarctica a retreat. This is why we see no cap on Antarctica's chest ball. Because it's warm. And we're going to zoom in on this map. I got y'all. You're gonna see nothing but tropical animals and different type of animals and all kinds of stuff. And different people in different gateways, right? You got somebody over there. You got somebody over here. I'm gonna get it unfuzzy for you. I'm just showing you this people in these different gateways. Oh, this is a shortcut, boss, to where, boss? He said warm. I got you, Ark. I got you. I'm just popping off.
the beaches and caves of the North American coast. But that is a long way ahead. The number of persons who have tried to reach the South Pole is limited. This, the celebrated Belgian professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested in it. They thought of it as a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they
I'm out of here, boss. I know you heard it before, but hearing it again, repetition breaks the spell. I'm like, whoa, they really said that? Hot, swept. It's like it's the deserts of Africa or something. Like, they going crazy. And this is connected with this fuego. Hold on, man. Kapangu, 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 Kapangu. Say it with me. Kapangu, Kapangu. Say it with me. Fuego. We beatboxing on the head pole of Hijack City. Terror Antarctica. We're be savages. And look at these dark-skinned people. Look at them. And they're saying they're devil worshippers. Look at these dark-skinned people, man. They're fighting each other. Now, did these dark-skinned people draw this map? Nah, this is a map of America in the way that China has been believed it to be. What? China. What? Yeah, I said China, boss. Now, what does China have to do with Florida, boss, and Barbados? Same continent. Oop, and there's dragons. Tigers and dragons. Cathay. This is the Great Khan of China. Land unknown. Here's Ptolemy's India. So India is connected to China, is connected to Florida, boss. Make it make sense. Unless this is India, this is China, which is Kana, the land of the Khan. They took all the titles and bywords of America, spread them across the entire earth plane that we know, you know what I'm saying, and made duplicates and reflections and phantoms and gave people our history rewritten, duplicated. They don't even know who they are. They don't even know where they came from. But this is China, boss. This is why the ancient history of China looks like dark-skinned people. Asia, dark-skinned people. Europe, dark-skinned people. America, South America, Central America, dark-skinned people. The further you go, and that's just not. Why fight that? Why fight that unless you hating on copper color cars? Why fight that? You can build off foundation. That's foundation. Who's the Chinese? Who's the Japanese? Because Japan is an island connected with America. Now, which island is this? Because they took it off the map. But it's past Florida before you hit some of that mainland flow. Right? And that's Kapangu. We just getting happy. I mean, you've seen it before, but repetition breaks the spell. Say it with me. Fuego. See where you came from and who you are. I'm not investigating you. I'm just seeing us all over the place. Different tribes of us. Stories about us. Ancient stories about us. Different types of us. Us that worship this. Us that worship that. But whoever drew this map, which wasn't these Nagas, is trying to paint a picture. Put some smut on these Nagas' names. You think these Nagas drew the devil and all this stuff? These Nagas ain't even thinking about no image like that. Now, of course, we know this is Atlantis. We know this is Egypt. We know we got our issue with idolatry already here. So, but whoever they're saying is a devil, most likely is probably reversed. So if they're saying it's the land of the devils, it most likely is the land of HaWah, land of the promised land of the ThaWaDa. That's why there's ThaWaDa on the map of Antarctica, of the Sagnac, right? So you got to make your mind and say, okay, Is this the land of the devils? I know it's dark-skinned people. I know it's fuego. There's still no cap on Antarctica's chest bone. Is it the land of what we say? Oh, Tarzan. We say Tarzan. Say it with me, man. A Tarzan to what? A Tarzan to who? Tarzan to wow. Tarzan to wow. Sakal. Love to the bro. Sakal _ immaculate. Hit him up on IG. SEKOU _ immaculate. Dope brother on IG, man. Appreciate all your recon, man. Again, man. Fuego. All right, man. Now that's a lot of land. Virginia. Moron. This connects with the Mormon drop. Ain't there a Moroni, Prince Moroni, some type of Moroni, Angel Moron, right? Moron. It's like the name of the father or somebody. So somehow I think this connects with that. All right. What I'm looking at over here, one, we see these gateways that go through the ice to other worlds, right? You could just sail into one of these. Who knows how far it goes? Who knows? This big thing over here on the left of South America says Terra Sancta Monaga, right? Terra means land. Sancta means what? Like sanctuary, like holy land. And just to know that they think it also means holy land too, right? Just to know that they think it means holy land, just put in Terra Sancta. Don't even put nothing else to it. So I ain't swaying the boat. No, not the guild. Not the Terra Sancta guild, but you see it take you to Jerusalem, right? Christian, Jerusalem, something to do with Jesus now, right? Something about Holy Land, which must be about JC now. Terra Sancta Church, everything holy, right? Everything holy. Now put in Terra Sancta meaning. Here we go. I'm out of here, boss. Drop us out of here, boss. We in the ether. We're going to talk about the ether, left to object. We're going to talk ether, man. Holy Land, boss. Terra Sancta means holy land or holy ground, and they brought it to JC. Stop it. It's holy land. It's about the creator, not JC. It's about the creator. So now we have to decide. When we see Terra Sancta on the map, right here, and this is Antarctica, and there's gateways getting through, not the ice, but the land, right, to other lands. Holy land. Where does this gateway lead? And why does it say Phoenicia? And who are the real Phoenicians? I'll wait. What did Phoenicia have to do with the Hebrew? Same language, pretty much. Okay, I'll wait. What's Phoenicia got to do with Antarctica? What does Phoenicia got to do with Holy Land? Because it's next to each other. I can't make this stuff up. This is Drop Nation dropping this drop for all these years. We just putting it together, putting the puzzle together, putting the pie together. Virginia is virgin land. Virginia. Yeah, now you got Virginia. Huh? Which Virginia are we talking about? Virginia or Virginia? So when we see Terra Sancta and we know it's holy land connected with America, because Terra Sancta means holy land, then we can decide for ourselves and say, who you calling devil's boss? Who you calling devil's boss? Because we worshiping HaWah, we worshiping the creator. That's a demon to you. That's a devil to you. I know we had our idolatry trip. That's for us to cipher through, right? That's between us and HaWah. We've been in solitary many days because of this. But you ain't going to come over here and call us devil. Y'all ain't going to call us devil. You tripping. Because we know that devil means what? An adversary. So all you really saying is that we worship your adversary, that we are your ops, right? But we're all still dark-skinned people. We're still a bunch of dark-skinned people over here. But are we in your devil world, man? Or are we in Holy Land? A Tarzak the who? Tarzak the what? And all this land, it's the same. Look how it curves up. It curves up just like they showed it on the previous map, right? It's curving into a circle like we see. All this land fits perfectly, man. Right? This is the curvature. This the curvature we talking about, which is really just a circular situation. HaWah drew a circle on the earth. Isaiah 40, a circle in the deep. So we confirming HaWah's word, which makes this investigation so high power, so high frequency, so high vibration. We confirming HaWah's nation, HaWah's tribe, man. You talk about nationality, we of HaWah nationality, Managi. We connect to the keys of all the supreme lands and vortexes on this plane. The energy, frequency, and vibration is for the nation of Hasharah, of the tribes. It wasn't created for no hijack. You think the creator created land for hijacks? You would want to think the creator created land just for you. Nah, man. You're a derivative of us being out of code. There ain't no land for you. You just keep taking it from us. I mean, HaWah let the family rock. The family of Abraham was rocking. Family of Ham got to rock out. Families of Noah got to rock out. But you still had to keep the code, man. You still had to not kill and steal from your brothers, right? You still had to put the most out over everything. And once you out of code, there ain't no land for you. Your land comes back when you back in code, man. That's the first thing that comes back is you start getting that land trickle back to you, man. Say it with me, man. Fuego. You seen any ice on Antarctica's chest, bro? Nah, nothing but a bunch of dark-skinned people, huh? Nothing but a bunch of darkies, huh? I see. We see. Fuego. Can I get it clear? Can the picture get any clearer? Because when I blink, I like to see clearly. Can you say it with me? Fuego. Ooh. Like, Drop is crazy. Yeah, man, I'm crazy for you, Drop Nation. What it do, Drop Nation? I mean, come on, boss. Look at these. These are the same gateways, waterways we just saw in the Tarzanta flow. Panaga, Fuego, Patagones. So this is why America's so important. It's these gateways we got over here, man. I mean, at least according to these maps that are, not so popular in public school. And, you go to Africa, you don't have those direct gateways to necessarily pop up out of here. You're going to have the drop on this side to be clear. And maybe that's why it's called India Superior. Same vortexes. Tarzanta. Say it with me, boss. Fuego. 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 Look at these trees. Come on, boss. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Trees. Forests, right? We see all these drops. Antarctica, under the ice sheet, has a primitive forest. Yeah, man. I bet it does. Look at these trees. Look at all this. Look at these birds. tropical animals. It's hot, super hot. So that wouldn't make sense based on modern day science, and of course, you know how they depict the ball. That just doesn't make sense. It's just supposed to be a piece of ice at the bottom. It even says fuego over here. Like an owls and type of tropical situations, whatever. I told you they got some different animals around here. They got some different looking stuff. Different looking stuff. You're gonna see way more different looking stuff. Yeah, now they put this jabroni, whoever this is, you know, he stole something from such and such. May be connected to some other world beyond the pole, you know. And you know, maybe he's the father of a lot of, you know, the so-called Europeans today. Who knows, man? Who knows who these guys are? But they got a few of these guys outside the wall. Look at this guy. Oh yeah, it's just mythologies, boss. It's just mythologies. Is this mythology, man? Was this mythological? Or are they putting things of what they actually see? Oh, some high strangeness, man. Oh yeah, you know, this is one of my favorite maps of all time by far. Because it just has a lot of drop in it, man. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Play. Is it play? There's a lot going on in this map. But I'm going to focus right here on fuego. So once you get to that fuego, you see these gateways over here. And some gateways over here. And these jabronis. Look like science experiments, man. But all this is fuego. All this is fuego. All of it's fuego, right? But look how small they put fuego on this map in 1548. This is not Antarctica. Antarctica just means bottom of something. Like Australia just means the bottom. Antarctica, these are just new terminologies, man. It's fuego. It's the land of heat. All right, you got to start calling it what it is, man. You got to start witnessing Antarctica for what it is, man. It's hot land. Hot land. But look how little they put it. When really all these other maps have it stretching this whole situation. They don't want to tell you about all this land. What are they hiding? Whoa, they hide it a lot, boss. Tarzan to what? Tarzan to wow. Tarzan to means holy land. What are they hiding? Who are these dark-skinned people in this tropical area of Antarctica that you hide in, that you don't want to talk about? That's hush hush. That analog archivist is breaking down. Archivist with animal. Oh, don't hit me again for another. Oh, they're gonna hit me for another round, man.
Listen.
Hit it, man. My bad, y'all. My bad. They running it up. Yeah, running it up.
This is what they thought on the
Let's go.
North American coast. But that is a long way ahead. The number of persons who have tried to reach the South Pole is limited. This, the celebrated Belgian professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested in it. They thought of it as a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they reasoned that, if discovered, little good could come from it. Now, don't you think that's interesting? I think that's interesting. You know, that they avoided even exploring the region
Wow.
because they thought it was It was a area populated by dark-skinned people and had the heat of the tropics. This is
Fuego. They avoided it because they thought it was some niggas over there. Not just any type of niggas, my niggas, my niggas. Niggas just means negus. You know, negus means king, queen, royalty. So y'all my niggas, but y'all my negus, but y'all my niggas. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Who were they avoiding over there? Doom, 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 doom. Do 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 do. Man, I wish I could read whatever this is, man. Is this y'all? Let me know, cause I got some scholars. Can anybody translate this? If anybody knows some translators, I know we got I got a lot of resourceful people in Drop Nation. Can y'all please get this translated? Cause perhaps there's some drop in it, help a nigga out. What kind of dark skinned people you think? I mean, it's the type of dark skinned people that's behind the wall, boss. Why? I mean, you know, they got the orientation right, so they know it's flat drop 101. What kind of niggas they avoiding? It wasn't even worth it to them. That's what they said. Like, nah, if it's who I think it is, we ain't ready for this one, boss. Let's just discover something over here. It had to be somebody legendary to strike fear in their heart, because you know how these people get. They want to steal everything. They want to kill everything. They must have been warned not to go over there violating these people over here. Kind of reminds me of the San Benyon River. We're going to get back on our press to flow. A tribe that was separated by this, river of sand. We got to get back. But it was a waterless sea, and it flowed 6 days, and it rested on the Shabbat, so they called it a Shabbat River, or Sabbatical River, or San Benyon River. And there was a tribe that was on the other side of it that couldn't cross it because the only time this river of stones and precious stones and rocks and all this sand and all that, it rested only on the Shabbat. And you can't be doing all that work crossing the river on the Shabbat, right? So they had to chill. You know what I'm saying? They had to chill. So some say they're in exile. Some say they're protected for a time that, it's time for them to pop off. And we got some more Nagas from somewhere in exile, right? But what type of Nagas did they see or were they warned about? That's what we're talking about here. Because he said, don't y'all find this interesting, boss? We're talking about exploring the South Pole, boss.
a winter resort, a rival to the beaches and capes of the North American coast. But that is a long way ahead. The number of persons who have tried to reach the South Pole is limited. This, the celebrated Belgian professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way.
Unlimited.
He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested.
The mention of the South Pole. The mention of the South Pole did what?
And Professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics.
Come on, bro. This is opposite of what they teaching us. Opposite of what NASA's talking about. Opposite of what public school information, education, indoctrination is talking about. They said even the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics. They're in a whole nother world than you, Managa. You've been indoctrinated, brainwashed. You've been inception. This globe been put in your mind bone so deep. It's so deep in your conscious, you got to peel back layers and layers and layers When you think you woke up, pop go the weasel, because the weasel go pop, you gotta wake back up again and wake back up again. They planted this lie so deep in us, man. That's why repetition breaks the spell, because you gotta peel back the layers. You thought you got this drop in 2016, boss? Look how much has happened since 2016 when we first started popping off the flat drop. We all had to mature. We all had growing to do. We didn't know how much growing we had to do. It starts on the inside before we get it popping on the outside. We got land, we buy land, but even we had to, just bring it on back home, you know what I'm saying? Build up from the inside. I had to build up the frequency again and again, you know what I'm saying, just to reach pop offness, man, because, this is what we got to do every day. We got to walk through that door, man. I'm dedicated to it. You dedicated? Surfing this way, keeping it cold, seeing it through, seeing what happens. They want to do a social media experiment. Let's do a code keeping experiment. What happens when over 500 code keeping families get together? What happens when 500 code keeping Nagas get together? What can 500 code keepers do together? We're already proving it. Joy World, raising money for our fence, easy things. That's just the beginning. But with 500 code keepers, we can move and build everybody's land, everybody's homes, dreams, everything. We can move as a unit. You say, okay, what you need, Con? Man, I need 25 racks for this. Oh, we got 500 code keepers. Everybody put up, whatever it is, $50. $50. Now we got 25 racks for the con. And we can keep doing that. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. We got that, man. We got that. We got that, right? So that's the energy of unity. Remember, unity is your greatest weapon. They divide us through these religions, through the streets, politics, man, just nothing but bringing us the coming together of opposites, right? The alchemy, they're bringing opposites on us, opposite ways of thinking, opposite frequencies, opposite food, opposite images. And these people here had an opposite image when it came to Antarctica, an opposite image when it came to the South Pole, Manage. When they heard South Pole, it recalled the tropics.
Is a long way ahead. The number of persons who have tried to reach the South Pole is limited.
Unlimited.
This, the celebrated Belgian professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested in it. They thought of it as a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and
Nations. Plural. How many dark-skinned nations, boss? How many dark-skinned nations peopled Antarctica? That's a damn good question. I said that's a damn good question. What you think, Preston? Hey, Preston John. Preston Johnny. Preston John. You all over the maps, Preston John, but you weren't in public school. They didn't tell us about Preston John on Black History Month. They want us to know about these black people connected with Antarctica, boss. Hot tropics, people with dark-skinned people, boss. Copper-colored cars. It's crazy, boss. I wonder how many nations populate the tropics. Why you think you're on a mother-sucking ball, man. Why you think you're on a mother-sucking ball. You think you're on a planisphere. Oh, man. Drop going crazy. Yeah, man. Some point, you got to give your sanity up when you dig on this stuff, man. What happened to this thing? Okay, all right. Let's stay on this play. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, yeah. Here's the ball. I was looking for the ball. Here's the ball. Now you got to prove land curving, exponentially. Never having no straight water. Water got to curve too. Because water can't be flat on a ball. Stop it. Stop it. You can't have no still lakes if you spin in a ball of water at 1,000 miles per hour. We need to see that experimentation of water staying in the ball while you spin it at 1,000 miles per hour because of some magical force named gravity that keeps the water crushed into the ball. But Michael Jordan is still dunking from the free throw line. He should be crushed to the floor if quadrillion tons of water are crushed because of this crushing force of gravity. But it's magical. It's magical because the apple fell from the tree. No, that's called density in physics. That's called density, boss. Birds are flying. They don't care about gravity. But all this water stays crushed in the vacuum, boss. It's a vacuum of space. It's a void because there ain't no ether. Ain't that what they said? They said ain't no ether because they couldn't measure the movement of the earth through it because the earth ain't moving, boss. That doesn't mean the ether don't exist. That doesn't mean to abolish the ether. It means you ain't moving. You ain't moving. So you ain't forming. You're not causing a ripple through the ether because you're not moving through the ether. The ether is rocking around you. The ether is all around you. You're stationary. You're fixed. But they abolished the ether. Ain't that right, my G? Ain't that right? Try to say the ether don't exist. How many more dark-skinned nations, man? Love to archivist with analog. How many more dark-skinned nations?
Professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested in it. They thought of it as a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they reasoned that, if discovered, little good could come from it. Now, don't you think that's interesting?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's interesting. That they avoided even exploring the region because they thought it was a area populated by dark-skinned people and had the heat of the tropics. This is what they thought in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about just one country, several countries, because as we stated earlier, they all start something. They uncover something.
Mm.
The expedition to which they find, I'm not sure, but something with enough evidence to fund or to ignite a fire under several nations, all in a race to explore this region.
Woo.
And
And what?
as they stated, the reason that no one had been there or tried was because it was considered to be a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they reasoned that if discovered, little good could come from it.
Why? All these people are worth so much money and resources. There's so many resources to steal. Why hijack city? Why not roll up on the Presta? Why not roll up on Presta John in there? Why not step up to the Presta? Why not roll up on these high-tech noggins that whipped y'all behinds in Operation Deep Freeze and all this stuff that they tried to roll up all 5,000 people, high jump, all this stuff, right? So we got all that last night. Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation, what's that other one called? Paperclip. We talked about a little about all the operations, or at least a few of them, should I say. Because we know it's way more crypto. You know, they didn't want to roll up on the Preston, man. They didn't want this type of smoke. These jabronis. So which type of orientation do y'all rock with? You on the ball? Huh? Spread out? Huh? Okay. Yeah, this one brings me into the horizontal flow. Now we can correlate different maps, different cartographers showing this curving up business and how large of a land we talking about when we talk holy land for real, Ahab to Sakai. Okay? All different types of flows. This one doesn't really have the borders, or maybe it's just cut out some other way. But they already showed us the drop. You know what, man? I'm rocking with the one that these jabronis are rocking with, man. I'm rocking with, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You think they blew this one up for no reason, boss? You think they're just pointing out stuff that don't exist? Yeah, for some reason, they definitely blew this joint up. Maybe they got them all blown up. You know what it is, boss. They got the fake ball right next to the real, what's called the azimuthal equidistant AE projection. And they're really hiding this projection. We used to have this website where we could really see that projection and the water's moving and all that. I think it was called earth.null, Null, but then I think they still got the site up, but they took the projection off. I'm like, how? Who just takes a whole projection off? Like, someone told them to remove the projection. They kept the other projections, but they took away this particular one because it was the only one that showed the waters instead of being chaotic going all type of way. It showed clockwise, counterclockwise. It showed the waters perfectly lining up clockwise and counterclockwise. The further out you went, clockwise, counterclockwise. And this is how you knew how to navigate. Okay, I need to catch this stream this way to connect to this over here. Then I can navigate this highway over here, then cut through there. They know how to navigate based on clockwise, counterclockwise. That's east and west in the correct orientation. East and west is clockwise and counterclockwise. North is in the center. South is everything outside, opposite of north. So Antarctica is south, but south is everywhere away from north, unless you're spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. God. Yeah, these jabronis rocking with that one, man. So, yeah, I'm looking into this one, man. And like I said, we'll come back to it and, look at it, just put our, Nagaville Dragonfly perspective on this thing. I'm just going to give you a little cruise. Y'all let me know what y'all see, man. I'm going right to the North Pole, man, because, what's happening over here. Where X marks the spot. It looks to be land with no ice on it. So you got tropics here. You might got tropics there. You got the Greenland connection and that Groenlandia, brings you right into North America. So Greenland is Groenlandia. And that reminded me of this Greenland connection here, boss, where it looked like you can just walk from Florida all the way to Scotland, Germany, all that. Through the Groenlandia connection, right? Yeah, they know it. They know it. They know it. Groenlandia. Yeah, man. You can hop Groenlandia, little boat, bang, bang. Now you over there in Europe. So the orientation changes everything. That's why I said if you're at war, which you are at war, my nugget, you're going to need to know that it's a more war, right? It's a more on more war. All the more, great. It's just water. Great water here, great water here, great ocean. More means great, 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 great. So you're going to need to know the water flow. You're going to need to know how to moor up the place, right? The Levant, what? Whoa, that may be too much for him, boss. We still over here in America, boss. Yeah, this map is dope, man. Yeah, I'm going to do a little tour, man. Y'all let me know if y'all, remember last time we saw Quivera, right? So Quivera is also spelled sometimes with a K-H, like Kivera or Kivera, Kiver or Khee-V or B, Kiber or Heber or Hebrew. Eber, land of Eber. We've seen it broken down all these ways. Eber, Heber, Keber. Sometimes they put the Q to confuse you even more. But we still got the Kavera, and that connects to a cities of gold, right? I mean, we just got receipts on receipts. I don't, I'm like, I can't make this stuff up. So I'm talking Kavera, city of gold. I can't make this stuff up. So we're gonna get back in our cities of gold flow. Because there's a whole drop on Covera as a cities of gold. As early as 1530, the Spanish authorities in Mexico heard reports of the 7 cities of Cibola. This is also why they had to come over here to the cities of gold. It's also why it's called India Superior, boss. Florida, China, right? Cathay, Pure Land, Promised Land, cities of gold. Antioch, right? India Superior, land of the Pressed John. 7 cities of gold, Cibola, Shimbala. Even the daughters of Sheba were named after the 7 cities of gold. They said Sheba connected with the daughter of the 7 cities, or the Shimbala, which lets you know she is of Shem, which were reputed to be exceedingly opulent. Still, it was not until 10 years later that any systematic attempt was made to find them and exploit their wealth. So why wouldn't Hijack City want to exploit these other dark-skinned nations beyond Antarctica's wealth? Why'd they avoid them so much? They must have been shook to avoid all that wealth, because they came over here looking for the 7 cities of gold. They'll do anything for the gold. I mean, maybe they got to it by now, huh? Maybe they ran up on these dark-skinned nations by now, because that document we got from Analog Archivist was, I think, in the 1800s, man. So 100 years later, 100 and some years later, they probably got to it. Maybe. We don't know. But yeah, the Coronado expedition was sent out from New Spain for that purpose in 1540. 1540. This map is from 1548. So we know the orientation in 1548 is that America is not called America. It's called India Superior, Cathay, India, China, Florida, Mexico. You know what I mean? South America wasn't even called South America. Later they called it this part of America, but this was still called India Superior. We know we're talking the Amaru Khans, and the Khan is the Kin or the Chin or the China. It's all the same, flipped. It's just language spells, man. They're exploiting the wealth of the Nagas in Quivera. Yeah, man. They're exploiting the wealth of the Nagas. In Quivera, cities of gold. See, I told you, y'all gonna see some strange flying situations, man. All right. Wings or no wings, man, that's crazy. Quivera. You go over here, you're gonna see Annie. Say it with me, Ania or Kana. So when they say land of Canaan, you gotta say which one, because there's Ania or Hana, but now we're talking about one of the sons of Prester John, or Anan ben David, son of David, who wrote the code. Strait of Antioch became the Bering Strait situation on these current maps today. And all these are related to the kingdom of Israel, Eber, Keber, Kivera, Anion, Anan ben David, Canaan, Hanan. These are royal names and sons and daughters, like Lady Hannah is also Anion, Managa. All this is kingdom stuff. All this is a kingdom. Corvera is a kingdom. So they rolled up on kingdoms to exploit the wealth of these kingdoms, found more dark-skinned Nagas, avoided some at that time. They got shook. Right. Arab word Kabir meaning great. So this is a great kingdom of Indian origin. India superior is North America. Orientation pies, orientation enchiladas, man. Maybe I'm overdropping. I don't know. I don't know at this point. I don't know, man. It just seems to be all happening, I guess, Sometimes it just seems like it's all happening. Yeah, so we got to get some type of translation on some of this stuff, man, because I don't know if it's Italian, what's it called, Portuguese. I don't know, man, but we got to get some orientation pies and some orientation enchiladas, man. Hold on, man. Let me get the screenshot. I like to capture these great. Hold on, man. I need to get the crown. Get the full crown going. Okay. You got the tau. That's not the Christian cross. That's the Hebrew tau, the last letter of the Hebrew. The mark, the sign, the covenant. Do your recon. All right. Dark-skinned races outside the wall. Yeah, this map, this site is dope. That's all type of different varieties of, breakdowns on this map. Some type of angel situation. Okay. Orientation pies look like some type of inner sun, star, stationary situation happening here. Some type of circuits. I need some translations, but not. Y'all let me know if y'all could translate. Language is this, man. Yeah. We saw these jabronis. Now this right here, boy, I tell you. Orientation pies. Orientation enchiladas. Ooh, okay. All right. Pressed it with some other jabronis. All right. I mean, it's interesting. I want to know the story about all these people, man, because that's going to lead us. Look at this, man. You think these are fake people? You think Preston's fake? He's just as real as all these other guys, man. What's so special about the Preston, though, that they would even want to mention him in this society? Huh? Fuego. You think this is play? Or is this a little peek into the ancient world? Different type of projections. Pretty dope. They got the rivers, they got the straits, the rivers, the animals. Which part is Capri? Which part is Cappadocia? We're talking about this ring of fuego. And it might be the hottest right here, connected with South America, so-called. It might be the hottest. That's why it's called fuego. Tropical, right? One more time. One more time to blow my mind, man. Repetition breaks the spell. They're gonna probably hit me one more time with an ad, though. I gotta pay the dues again. I gotta pay to do it. We gotta
Get
pay.
NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube.
Gotta pay to do it. They are running it up. How much y'all getting, man? This is ridiculous. This is crazy. It's crazy talk. One more time to blow your mind.
Resort, a rival to the beaches and capes of the North American coast. But that is a long way ahead.
That wasn't a joke. They said they're going to establish a tropical resort that rivals the beaches. So instead of going to LA, San Francisco, whatever, Miami Beach, they go to Antarctica, man. Do you hear this, man? This is 1800s, no capery talk.
Gratify the curiosity of those who wonder what the South Pole climate is like.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly they will establish the South Pole as a winter resort, a rival to the beaches and capes of the North American coast. But that is a long way ahead.
Oh, is it?
The number of persons who have tried to reach the South Pole is
Unlimited.
limited. This, the celebrated Belgian professor Egensberg accounted for in a strange, though rational way. He said the mention of the South Pole recalled the heat of the tropics, and projectors could not become interested in it. They thought of it as a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they reasoned that, if discovered, little good could come from it. Now, don't you think that's interesting? I think that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that they avoided even exploring the region because they thought it was a area populated by dark-skinned people and had the heat of the tropics.
They avoided even exploring the region because they thought it was people by niggas. But that never stopped them before. So what kind of niggas? We're talking Negus, we're talking Nagas, Dragon Kings, Queens. They didn't want to even deal with this. And this is late 1800s or so, and they've been invading everybody by then. So they just knew they weren't ready. They said they must have their own ice wall, boss.
This is what they thought in the 1800s. And we're not talking about just one country, several countries, because as we stated earlier, they all start something, they uncover something. The expedition to which they find, I'm not sure, but something with enough evidence to fund or to ignite a fire under several nations, all in a race to explore this region. And as they stated, the reason that no one had been there or tried was because it was considered to be a sweltering hot place peopled by dark-skinned nations, and they reasoned that if discovered, little good could come from it. Though this idea has been exploded, says Inglesberg, it has been impossible to arouse the interest in the South Pole that the North Pole at once awakens. But this spring, explorers have been backed in their enterprises to a magnificent extent, and not only are Americans going, but a Belgian expedition under the auspices of the Belgian government and commanded by Captain Gerlach will set out also. And trying to outdo each other of these will be a Norwegian expedition under Bokragravik, one of the most noted southern explorers. Whether they will share the fate of Captain Wilkins of the United States Navy in 1840, who dared not step foot upon the new continent he discovered, or of explorer Ross in 1840, who suffered hardships such as no other explorer ever described, or of Brovinsk, previous to either of these, who escaped with his life but without his ship, getting back to Graham Island in precarious ways, can only be conjectured. Within a short time, two have gone to the South Pole, Larsen in 1893 and Borgravik in 1896. It's so successful. So I would imagine that expedition in 1896, since it was a year before this was written, they revealed something quite interesting. And so successful were they that Borgravik is about to start again. Sure that he will reach the pole and know all about it. The best that can be said for any of these explorers is that they have brought back fascinating tidings, much more interesting than any news that has reached us from the North Pole. Those who have essayed to find the Northwest Passage have reported only a sea of ice and glaciers, adverse currents. There is an awful monotony of ice and snow, Russian dogs, and the darkest skies about the accounts of the North Pole trips, but with the South Pole it is different. Every explorer who has gone south has reported the same thing. After reaching about 60 degrees south latitude, it gets very cold. The temperature corresponds to the southern coast of Greenland, and the Antarctic Ocean begins to fill with ice. The sailing is rendered all the more perilous from the fact that though there are numerous islands, there are no small way stations as exist in the Arctic seas for the benefit of explorers, and no repairs can be made after leaving the well-established settlements south of Australia. This makes it bad for the mariner, for he cannot order his dog sent ahead of him, nor leave his extra provisions to be sent for, should he decide to venture another year into the interior, nor can he render his crew for an additional month of voyage. After sailing through the sea of ice, the explorer strikes land. There is a great flat beach of ice-covered country over which the glacier breaks. It is of varying depth, and to the south of it rises a wall of ice. This wall is the stumbling block to all explorers.
Listen up.
None have ever scaled it. The existence of this great ice barrier is attributed by Borgolovic and others who have gone there to the action of the water. The ice waves dash over the beach and beat against the ready formed wall of ice, and keep it ever firm and solid, a barrier that which is within. It is to scale this wall that the new explorations are to take place.
Operation High Jump.
Captain Ross in 1840 climbed the mast of his ship and discovered two smoking volcanoes.
1840, he found two smoking volcanoes. Hey, did y'all hit me with them volcano emojis yet? If you haven't, can you hit me with some volcano emojis? Because we found two smoking volcanoes in 1840 in Antarctica, boss, which means what? Heat, fuego.
On the other side of this ice wall. He called them Terror and Erebus after his ships. He thought he could detect the sight of warm air rising, with difference in the atmosphere being visible. All Antarctic explorers say that there may be a warm polar circle within this wall of ice. They bring back pieces of petrified bark, and they find curious bones of animals. Their reasoning is that a quiet, peaceful people dwell within this circle and enjoy a superbulous atmosphere hemmed in by the wall of ice. The supposition is no more crazy than the knowledge that we dwell comfortable here within a wall of ice at either pole of our world.
Bang. We also dwell within a wall of ice. That's not crazy that there's a geothermic pocket, electromagnetism flow. You know what I'm saying? We got our own sun. They may have their own sun and moon. According to these maps, it does show that. Now, notice it said that these are peaceful people. Peaceful people. The same way that we're described by many of these, logs of conquistadors. Oh, they were just so nice. They gave us trinkets. They invited us to the parties. And then we stole everything and slayed everybody. That's how we roll. That's how Hijack City operates, right? So these are peaceful people.
World. They are surrounded by the same wall of ice. Isn't that funny that they're both describing two circular walls, the one that encapsulates us and one that encapsulates this tropical race of dark-skinned people?
I'm out of here, boss. I'm out of here, boss. So this tropical race of dark-skinned people are within this tropical wall of ice. This sounds like a fairy tale, but this is print. This is in print. This is chroniclingamerica.loc.gov, my nigga. Pull up the, man, you got the drop. We done dropped it. I'm just overdropping at this point. I'm out of here, man. I'm overdropping. My bad. I'm overdropping. I'm in India Superior right now, overdropping. My bad. My beast. Maybe it's time to get coated. This is a good Cozy moment. Hey, this cozy moment. Let me dodge. I gotta dodge something. Oh, is you Rogan again? You selling your alien brain solution, man? Okay. Let's get cozy, y'all. Let's pull it on in. Have a cozy conversation. Enjoy a nice cozy moment in a winter day, a winter night. Shabbat Shalom. Let's get the warmth of the tropics. Let's get the warmth of the Nagas and Nagaville all across the plain. We aren't making it up when we say, I wonder if there's some more Nagas in Nagaville. And as they become aware, they're going to have the same, or I'm sorry, I don't know how aware they are and how aware they're not. I don't want to make no presuppositions. Might be easy Nagas across the planet. As you are aware, we got a connectivity that's been severed. Our code has brought us back into unity. Because we done dropped on this stuff before, but the code that we've been training up with, seeing clearly, has become more and more a reality for us. You know, it's no longer a hobby, it's a lifestyle. It's the code we keep that unifies us, that can unify us with more Nagas across the plains. Let me readjust my fireplace. Okay. Now we heating up. Hey, hop to my fire starters. We're just getting cozy. So it's the code that makes us this cozy, my Naga. People try to study the drop and try to figure out the wave, and they don't understand it. I mean, they appreciate it, but they don't understand like where it's coming from, or who put us up on this and who put us up on that. They don't understand, man. Like, HaWah put this investigation in us. There ain't no yada yada. Once Naga started popping off in 2015, 16, not just Drop Nation, but I consider everyone who's been popping off, a part of Drop Nation, because you got the drop to me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, out to all the OGs, man. And, but I started first seeing it, 2015, 16, for this type of way, for this particular type of sauce, you know what I'm saying? And, they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to understand the mysterious substance of unknown origin. You can't link it to one man, one person, one this, one that. It's been a tribe that probably never liked to read that much or, do anything that scholastic. But suddenly we just started being in these books, in these documents, in this research. Primary sources, secondary, thirdary, who cares? We got an investigation brewing. And we told the hijack, you're going to have to back and get up out our way, hijack, because we are investigating. Because once our world's been torn apart and you taught us lies and reverse everything, you put all these spells and necromancy on us, once we realize we're in the mind of a hijack, you better back. Give us 50 feet, give us 50,000 feet, give us 50,000 miles, and allow us to understand ourselves. And what they do is they try to converge and merge into you real quick. They try to be like, oh, okay, I want to rock out and do that with y'all. We're like, chill, hijack, chill. Let the cons be the cons. And then, once we con up, then we could connect to whatever you want. But you're going to have to back, give me 50,000 miles at least. And when we say we're investigating, don't jump in here acting like you know what you're talking about and all this stuff, man, because nobody knows anything. This is what we figured out. We don't know anything. The more we know, the more we realize we don't know. And that's beautiful to know that the creator's that complex and that beautiful, man, and that perfect. It makes us feel cozy to know that HaWah exists. The hijack, they get very afraid. They get very afraid, but we get cozy. So, y'all remember us talking about the ether, and AI My Jigga, Natural by Law, man, Dizzle Fitty, Great Reconner, Yosef the Real, We done had conversations about this in a copper thread and different things. We done dropped some of these thoughts and, but it's the investigation. It's the combination. It's the orientation. We got to coordinate. It's the coordination. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we belly flopping into some new, some things we kind of went over before. Maybe you missed it. Maybe we got to get it again. We talked Michelson Morley experiment again. This is them trying to prove Earth's movement through something that they knew was a scientific fact. The thing that connects everything in between. Call it the dark matter. Call it the God particles. Call it the air. Call it the ether. But it's the space between, right? It's not just a dark space, a void, a vacuum. They try to say it's a vacuum of space. No, it's all connected. The connectivity that they can't explain is the mysterious substance of unknown origin, is the dragon, is Amma, is Abba, right? So because that exists scientifically, according to Michelson Morley, one of the greatest scientists, experiment, academia, yada, yada, you know what I'm saying? He came up with Einstein in there, man. So, he said, all right, I know this stuff exists. It should be measurable that we are moving. If we're moving so fast, 60 plus 67,000 miles per hour, we should be able to measure the ripples through the ether. And he tried and could not do it. And they said it's a failed experiment, but really they were just looking at it backwards. They were looking at it reversed. They were looking at it all wrong. He thought he was moving, and that was the fallacy to begin with. You can't measure movement, just like Einstein couldn't measure no movement. So how are you spinning at 1,100 miles per hour? How are you spinning this fast? How fast are we spinning again? How fast is the Earth spinning? The moon's not spinning. The sun's not spinning. About 1,000 miles. Some said specifically closer to 1,100. We got that before. We going at 67,000. Wow. All this movement. You don't feel nothing. Nobody even thinks about it because of gravity. You're going 1,000 miles per hour, rotating and spinning and spinning. How you ever going to have one still moment, boss? You can't ever be still. HaWah's creation to spin, spin, spin. At 1,000. What kind of creator gonna put you on something and spin you at 1,000 miles per hour? Come on, bro. Come on. The creator could put you on a stationary plane. Why would the creator spin you at 1,000 miles? These are the questions you gotta ask yourself. Why would the creator spin me at 1,000 miles per hour, boss? So before we even touch on the Michelson Morley, all right, hold up. Because before, you saw the rocket situation. And actually, yeah. I'm just gonna keep it going. But just remember, it looks something like this. Just like the August Picard.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube.
You need to be ad-free in Hijack City. You know what I'm saying? Hijack City should just have no interference. Period. Let's go. So first, with his glasses on, he could see clearly. Shout out to my nugget that said that he took his glasses off. Clearly, he was wearing glasses for a reason. Suddenly, there was curvature. But when he had his corrective lenses on, they gave you the correct orientation. a flat plane, close sun, right? What happens when he takes his glasses off, which means he can't see clearly no more, boss? The magical curve, CGI curve appears, right? But notice they're going towards these waters above. And we're going to get some distinction on these waters above. Now, we keep saying waters above the firmament. So I said, did they crack through the firmament to get to the waters above? But there's a layer before you even reach the firmament. In other words, they can't even reach the firmament, boss. This is crazy. It gets even deeper, my night. They can't even reach the firmament, man. They got to get through this liquid ether before they can do that into the waters above. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking they was closer than they are. They keep exploding stuff into the ether water. They can't even reach the firmament. That's so sad, Jack. That's so sad. So they had a mind-blasting moment. Burst through the firmament. Oh, I'm sorry. The ether water. Excuse me, Ma. The ether water, right? This is all before they even get to the firmament. This is all before they get to the got his own world, his own energy, frequency, and vibration. Something about this frequency made him smile. 1931, August Picard became the first man to reach the stratosphere. In the stratosphere, we gotta look at our stratosphere, mesosphere, all that, but I think the stratosphere is before the mesosphere. And all that is within the firmament. Within the firmament. They can't even reach the firmament. Right? They're bursting through the ether water. They're bursting through the ether water. Right. And that reminded me of this right quick. Witness an egg drop from space. Let's witness an egg drop. They're gonna drop an egg from space, man. I got this on mute anyway, so let's dodge whatever hijack. Okay, cool. Well, still gotta dodge the hijack. And now think about that, horizon that we just saw, flat plane, and he took his glasses off, and then he got curvature, right? Okay. They tell on themselves is what I'm saying. All these are bubble eye, fisheye lenses. Come on, man. I don't need no captions. What is this? These captions. Hold up. Time out. Time out, boss. See how they just throw some captions on me? Did I ask y'all how do I take these captions? It used to be easy to take captions on. It used to be like a little CC button somewhere. Now I gotta figure it out. Come on, bruh. Come on, bro. All right, man. It's because I'm overdropping. That's why. They're over here tripping. They're over tripping. I'm overdropping, so they started over tripping. I don't want to do none of that. Dang, they just took the caption button off and forced captions on. You know what? That's all right. We're just gonna look at the horizon. Let's go. Okay, back. Oh, hey, man, something. Man, they tripping. Hold up, man. This whole thing look like it's tweaking. This whole thing is tweaking. They ain't showing me everything, man. I don't like this, man. There we go. Now I can see the CC button. See how they did me, man? See how they did us, man? We'll get back on our Terrence Howard drive. 1 times 1 is not 1, my not 1. Let's go. Let me get it back. So they dropping an egg from space. Jabronis are doing jabroni things. I just want to look at this fisheye lens. One, you see this light, right? That's the sun, I guess. And it's hella close to the Earth. It's not 93 million miles away like we keep getting validation in all these different shots. Just look up independent balloon experiments, flat Earth, independent balloon experiments. All right, keep going. Let's go. Egg is falling, egg is falling, egg is falling, egg is falling, egg is falling. Okay. So whether or not this is the real Earth, cool. But look at this dramatized curvature. Now you saw those other close shots, and it was not no dramatic size. It's dramatized because of this fisheye bubble lens. And these bubble lenses form bubble curvature. And to show that it's nothing but fraudulent curvature, you're going to see the same curvature inverse itself in the opposite direction, showing you that this is fake curvature. And we already know that. Egg is falling. Whoa, they did it. Oh, boss, get it back. Get it back. You gotta be quick with this joint. You gotta be quick. Okay, that's the fake curve. Let's get the real. Show me the real. Show me the real. Show me. Hey. I gotta. That's so fast, y'all. That's so fast. Fake curve. Show me the real. Show me the real. Show me the real. Got him. Got him. Got him. I had to execute perfect timing on that, on this pause right here. Come on, boss. Got him. Y'all dropped them volcanoes. Can I see more volcanoes? If you already dropped them, volcanoes, can you drop some more? Fireballs of volcanoes and say fuego and say got 'em, boss. Come on, boss. What happened to that dramatic curvature we just saw? How do we go from here to there? But watch how this fisheye lens then is going to inverse and form inverse curvature. They just looking for an egg. We're looking for the truth, man. They searching for an egg. We searching for the truth. And here comes the fisheye curvature back. They're looking for an egg. We're looking for the truth, boss. Look at them. Searching for an egg. Searching for an egg. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Look at this, man. Enough, man. As long as we know the difference between fake curve. See if I can get him again. Perfect timing. Got him. Say drop. Got him again. Perfect timing again, man. Halal HaWah, man. Flat plan. You don't have this. And now when you jabronis come over here and you say, the reason why you don't see the curve is because the Earth is so magnormously large and you need to get even higher altitude. Damn, higher than this to see the curvature of a ball? A ball? But they just gave you the same. We had the same altitude and now you got curvature. So we would see something like this. This is why they fake it. This is why they CGI. We would see curvature like this on a ball and it'll be spinning. By the time you get up there, you should see the ball still spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. But do you see the ball spinning or is it the camera, boss? The ball's not spinning. It's not move. The reason why you don't see the ball moving is that it's just so magnanimously gigantic, large, that you just don't see the movement because it's so large. 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour, my nugget. You're gonna see 1,000 miles per hour. I don't see anything because it ain't moving. I see a curvature. Do you see a curvature? Do you see a curvature, boss? And look how it starts to invert. That's inverse curvature, boss. That lets you know you got a fisheye bubble eye lens. If you take that bubble eye away, all you get is a flat plane, boss. Without an inverse curve or a fake dramatic curve. You get flat plane, boss. You get flat plane, boss. You get a flat plane, boss. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say about that. That's all I gotta say about that. Remember that SpaceX thing, man? Bursting through the firmament, right? They said, look, here it comes, right? They knew something was happening. They knew something was happening. Come on, man. Won't you open up Pandora's box, man, while you at it, man? Hijack City. Yeah, SpaceX's second Starship flight test results and another explosion. They didn't say a perfect release of whatever. Nah, they just said explosion. You know what that means? Like something was a failure when you talk rockets and shuttles and space, space shuttles. But they got all excited about this explosion, right? They got all excited about it. The babies were watching. The babies. Last month, man. About a month ago. Is this a missile hitting a target? Or is it just another explosion? Are we talking Operation Fishbowl, balls? Fishbowl. What are they hitting? What are they hitting? Here they come. What? What's he talking about? Here they come. Huh?
Here they come.
Here who comes? Here they come.
Here comes, yes, number one.
See? Here it comes, like they were waiting for this. Look, come on, man. If they were trying to explode something, that would be easy, right? You can send up missiles and bombs, just like they did with Operation Fishbowl, a bunch of nuclear warheads called Thor missiles and all this stuff, right? So this seems to be the exact same damn thing, because they were happy at the impact. They weren't like, oh no, boss. Oh no, boss, what happened, boss? Oh man, we just wasted all this money and time, millions of dollars. They said, yeah. I mean, anybody can blow shit up. Is that what you're happy? That you launched a missile and blew shit up? What happens to all this material we gotta now breathe in? What happens to all this this and what did they put in these waters? And are these the waters above the firmament or underneath the firmament, boss? Here they come.
Here comes, yes, number one.
Water ripples above. I said, did it get through the firmament and then hit the water above? Is that what happened, boss? Very similar to this Hennessy commercial. Fair use in your caboose, ball. We're doing some criticisms and stuff. All right, copyright 107. Let's go. Right? Bursting This thing, man. Woo! Come on, man. Bursting through the firmament. Or, sorry, ma, the ether waves. All right, my bad. I gotta expand my mind ball. They're bursting through the ether waves. Can I call it the ether waves? Because they can't reach the firmament. We giving a hijack way too much credit. Ripples. 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 Here it comes, boss.
Here comes, yes, number one.
Ripples.
It
Ripple.
exploded.
Ripple. Hey, ma, if they ain't bursting through the firmament, boss, what they bursting through, boss? All right. So ma dropped this link. Everybody say, hey, hi, ma, jiggy. Say, hey, hi, Five Eyes, ma. We want some more tribe up music, ma. We coming in hot, ma. Ma's a researcher first and foremost, man. So he gonna get his research on, then he gonna sing about it, man. Rap about it, man. Put some vibrations to it. So we're gonna actually dedicate this drop to Ma, and we're gonna do some tribal music on the way out. Some new tribal music that we ain't even dropped yet, cause I've been just slow on the drop. I gotta catch up, man. So I still got a Yosef the Real album that we got to drop. I'm still going, trust me, my nigga, it's going to drop at the right time, Yosef. I got you. So we all need it at the perfect flow, you know what I mean? And this is what we are getting our vibration up so we can receive all this great frequency and continue to raise our vibration. So if we didn't hit the firmament, what did we hit? And when we talk ether, does it exist? Let's get this for the dismount.
We're notorious in the book and the movie.
Yeah, come on.
To show you the truth about what it actually is.
Yeah. Let's get this.
That's crazy. I can see it.
Let's go.
There's so many truthers who are deceived to think that this rocket is hitting the firmament dome. But I'm about to show you the truth.
Truthers are deceived. Come on, man. You ain't got to say all that. Nobody knows anything. We are all investigating. Okay. So I'm about to show you the truth like you got the truth. Now you probably got some drop, but chill out with all this deceived business. Like it looks like it's hitting the water above. All right. So we are asking questions. That's it. Ain't no deception. We're becoming aware. Calm down, Hijack City. Because you got a little bit of information on us from time to time. And then you want to bring out our word, our scripture. So slow down, Hijack. Because you got to come back to us to prove anything. And eventually we going to make our way back to ourselves. So slow down, Hijack. But what about this ripple? Are we hitting the firmament or are we hitting the ether waves?
About what it actually hits. Get ready. But many people think that that rocket hit God's firmament dome, and that's why water appeared, because they thought that it was the waters above the firmament that were causing that water type appearance. But they did not hit the firmament, because God said in Proverbs 25 verse 3, the heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. So we know that the height of the heaven is actually unsearchable. And remember, in Genesis 1, God called the firmament heaven.
Good.
So they cannot search the height of the heaven or of the firmament.
Like that, man.
They will never be able to reach the firmament. What you saw was a superfluid realm called the ether that they are hiding.
We're talking ether, boss. I like this, ma. He do got some drop. He do got this. He do got some drop. All right, man. Hey, man, let's put it together then. Because now we're proving the ether by watching them explode these rockets into the waters. The ether's still the water. Super fluid, right? It's still that water. It's air, it's water, it's high, high frequency. And then you got the firmament, and you got waters above. Okay. Ether as a superfluid state of particle. Let's go.
Hiding from you. This realm of superfluid is also known as the blue air, and there's actually explorers who trapped samples of this air. So when you see this blue type liquid, you're seeing the superfluid ether realm that's above us.
You said there's explorers that trap samples of this blue air. I got to see this. We got to dig on that. There's samples of this superfluid ether, man. How would that affect a nugget? You probably just need like not even a gram of that, man. You you in the ether for at least a year. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
It starts at about 73 miles up, and it is not the firmament. It is a dense realm of air that is referred to as a superfluid. Back then, they used to believe that the ether permeated space. The reason they're hiding this ether from you is because it actually proves that the Earth is not moving at all.
Right.
So I want to show you this document here that's talking about the ether, right? It's normally transparent, meaning you can't see it, but it can be made visible by hitting it sufficiently hard to knock out a part. Alright, so we know that ether can be made visible when it's hit by something, right? Now you see the superfluid realm being hit. Now look at this moon footage. You have these little waves going across. Here goes another one. So we know the moon is traveling through this ether type realm.
Either way.
Now this is why in the 1900s they conducted the Michelson-Morley experiment to try and prove that the Earth is moving through the ether realm. This would prove for them that the Earth is moving through space. Because remember, they said that the ether permeates space, or makes up space. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, they did not observe the movement of the Earth through this ether realm.
Right.
So what did they do? They pretty much proved that the Earth is not moving. It's stationary. It's not moving.
And they said the ether don't exist. When they know that something is permeating space, something is filling in the void. So they taught it to our children and us as some empty void and vacuum, because they can't prove that the earth is moving through it, so it must not exist. Instead, just like all these other science lies, managa, deception for real, this is deception. You dig? We have been deceived. Let it be known. We come into awareness, man. So it's all reversed. Instead of proving the Earth's movement, he proved the Earth is stationary. Instead of proving movement, he proved stationary, boss.
Alright, so we know that ether can be made visible when it's hit by something, right? Now you see the superfluid realm being hit. Now look at this moon footage. You have these little waves going across. Here goes another one. So we know the moon is traveling through this ether type realm. Now this is why in the 1900s they conducted the Michelson-Morley experiment to try and prove that the Earth is moving through the ether realm. This would prove for them that the Earth is moving through space. Because remember, they said that the ether permeates space, or makes up space. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, they did not observe the movement of the Earth through this ether realm. So what did they do? They pretty much proved that the Earth is not moving. It's stationary. It's not moving through space, or it's not moving through this ether realm. Of course, because God's word is true. He told us the world is established and that it cannot be moved. So then what happened? Einstein released his special theory of relativity. And then the physics community started to accept that the ether does not exist. But of course...
This brother like, damn, my mind is blast. Your mind blast. I'm being mind blasted. It's heavy. Breaking the spell creates this like triggered reaction of like, boss, man. Like, it's just... I'm gonna drop the video, but before this, he was talking about thing one and thing two. This dude's breaking down how thing one and thing two represents the children being on drugs and how they turn into thing one and thing two. And that thing one and thing two are really the children on drugs. So he's coming from thing one, thing two. He's not ready for Michelson Morley experiments in ether and Earth movements and all these calculations. He's like, damn, homie.
Of course, they're going to say that the ether doesn't exist because it disproves the ball Earth.
God.
But of course, 50 years later, here's more documents. The failure of the U.S. attempts to attain supremacy of the ether. So they know this ether exists. They're just not telling you.
Supremacy of the ether.
Here's another one where the U.S.
Supremacy of the ether. That's like we're going to boldly go where no man's gone before, right? Star Trek vibes.
tried to obtain supremacy of the ether once again. And like I say all the time, they have to put things right in your face. So of course they added into popular video games like Minecraft. You have the ether dimension.
Whoa.
Here it is here. What do you see? You see that blue super liquid type fluid realm. Of course they made it
Come on, this is too much drop. He popping off, man. Let's go.
blue because they put it right in your face. Here's another game. You have the ether. That's why it's blue. That's why our sky is blue. You're looking at the ether realm. The super fluid.
Super fluid.
This is why it's important to read your Bible first before you start believing conspiracy theories, right? Because no one can reach the firmament. God told us they cannot measure the heavens for height. God bless you guys. I hope you can.
I like that, Mark. You know, hey, the cons need understanding. We need understanding. So, you know, let's talk Michelson Morley experiment. Let's talk ether. Let's get an understanding. And then let me give my shout out, man, to Right 7X, Right 7X, Right 7 time, Right 7X. Go dig on it. We appreciate you, man. I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. Matter of fact, let's dig on this one first. It's a real short one. Yeah.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your...
We got you, man. We got the tribe of Israel playing ball. You exploiting our talents. Those are the gladiators that should be on the front line protecting the house. Let's go, man. Shout out to Period Vidworks. Period Vidworks.
That everyone suggests that Max Planck's matrix, this matrix, is the conduit. Now, the idea that everything is connected is a very old idea. Even in science, in the late 1800s, there was a belief that there was an invisible web of energy that connects everything in the 1800s. And scientists were in a very heated debate, very controversial, as to whether or not this field exists. There was a very famous experiment that was conducted to determine if the field called the ether field actually existed. In the year 1887, the very famous Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to tell once and for all, is the field here or no? Yes or no? The field exists? It does not exist. In my opinion, it was a good experiment. However, it was poorly interpreted. For over 100 years, our science has been based in a belief that is incorrect. It's incorrect. Now, this is very interesting. 100 years later, 1986, the United States Air Force repeated that experiment. 1986, the United States Air Force replicated the Michelson-Morley experiment. They published the results.
Listen up.
In the very prestigious journal, Nature, the scientific journal Nature. What they found was this. They repeated the experiment with good equipment, much better equipment. The bottom line is that the field exists. They found that the field is actually there. This is reported in August 1986, the journal Nature, volume 322.
Right in your face, Bo.
They said...
Right in your face, Bo.
122.
Research E.W. Silvertooth. A document called Special Relativity. Nature, Volume 322, August 1986, page 590, or it could be 390. It looks like 590. Showing you the results, my love. So whereas they said the Michelson-Morley experiment was a failure because it could not determine the movement of the Earth through the ether, something was off, they said. Yeah, you know what's off? Your mind bone. 100 years later, they say, it actually does exist. Which means what? You're not moving, boss.
They said, the field is there. And not only is the field there, it measured precisely the way that Michelson and Morley had predicted 100 years earlier. They just didn't have the equipment to work this out. Now, why don't we know about this? This should have made the cover of every major magazine and newspaper. This
would be their proof if they were looking at it like, hey, guess what? We found a movement. This would be in every public school curriculum. But why not?
Been on CNN headline news or Sky News. But this changes everything for the scientists. Because the textbooks all say the field is not there. Entire careers are based on the field not being there.
They hate the Creator. They hate nature. They destroy it. They cut down the trees every winter solstice. They hate animals. They slaughter them. Turkeys and Thanksgiving, slaughter. The Creator don't even want our sacrifices. Unless we're talking righteousness and keeping the code. The Creator got tired of us slaughtering animals in vanity. We have brothers and sisters to this day that slaughter animals every Passover to this day, as if the Creator is smelling your sweet savory smell of your sacrifices when you still worshiping JC, Yahweh, Jesus, gee whiz. The Creator wants you to be in cold, but they hate the Creator. They hate the ether. They hate everything true. They want the matrix. The field exists. What is this Michelson-Morley? So we got the context when we're discussing this with our children. And look out for the frequency of learning. These are the type of, learning tools that we're going to put for our children, especially homeschool, so that we can take them out the indoctrination. Even if they go to public school, come home and get some flat drop 101 to deprogram all them lies. Get some indigenous truth to deprogram all them lies. Get that 432 hertz frequencies, playlist, and whatever music they enjoy. Even the music in the background, like the harps and the guitars and pianos, and have all that at 432 hertz again for you. All this is being rebuilt in a much safer place. That's why it's taking a little longer. And it's all good, but when we build it this time, it's going to be here to stay. 2024, we popping off. Homeschool, curriculum, music, frequency of learning. Beautiful, man. So, because where else we going to get it? Where else we going to get it? You know what I mean? So we're going to have a very child welcoming environment, you know what I'm saying? Where your children can flourish and enjoy as our community becomes more aware, man, and, understands the awareness we need to pass to our children. We got to break down these experiments, whether they call them failures or successes. We need our own interpretation. Get out the mind of a hijack and use a dragonfly perspective. We're going to belly flop on this a little bit. I'm actually going to jump ahead right here. Right here. Let's go.
If it had been
shout out Truth Seeker, man. What it do?
The telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference. Bradley first discovered stellar aberration And it is interesting that in his report, Airy mentions that it was now about 100 seconds of arc, and that it was still slowly diminishing. This indicates that the speed of light was still decreasing in measurable amounts when Airy performed his experiment in 1871. The result of Airy's experiment, known as Airy's failure, was that the telescope does not have to be tipped further. This proved that it was the incoming light that was moving past a stationary telescope fixed to the stationary Earth. What is interesting in his very brief report of only 4 pages is that not once did he refer to the astonishing results that the experiment proved, that the Earth was stationary.
Wow.
This experiment was also dismissed by Wikipedia, which said, "Ether drag test," under the main article, Luminiferous Ether. By means of a water-filled telescope, Airy in 1871 looked for a change in stellar aberration through the refracting water due to an ether drag. Like in all other ether drift experiments, he obtained a negative result. This is a gross distortion of the truth. That he did not have to change the angle proved that it was the ether drifting past the stationary surface of the Earth.
Bang.
This experiment is never taught to university science students.
Feel me? You feel me?
They might begin to question what they were being taught about the cosmos, the universe, the Big Bang, evolution, and much else, if it was realized that the Earth really is at the center of the universe, which is rotating around us, as the Bible always clearly states.
Ping Pao HaWah is not the author of confusion. Clearly states firm, fixed, and movable. How do you get movement out of something being immovable? The ether is flowing through us, around us. These luminaries are flowing through the ether around us, but not that we are stationary. HaWah doesn't need to spin you around at 1,000 miles per hour. True that.
In 1887, an experiment shattered the scientific community. Michelson and Morley tried to check the speed of the Earth through the ether as it orbited the Sun by passing light in 2 directions, one in the direction of the Earth's travel and one at right angles, and then comparing them for differences. They expected to measure a speed of about 30 kilometers per second. To their amazement, there was no movement of this order. They called it a null result. They actually measured 1 to 10 kilometers per second, but it was still called a null result. They rushed out the theory called the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. This claimed that the tube in line with the direction of movement shortens as it moves through the ether. There was no evidence whatsoever for this. It was only a way of getting over the implication that the Earth was stationary. Later, in 1905 and 1915, Einstein produced his relativity theories, which overcame the troublesome Michelson-Morley experiment by simply abolishing the ether.
So in the search for supremacy over the ether, they abolish the ether. Here comes Einstein's theory to whitewash it away. And we're just talking the superfluous fluids of the ether. God.
The whole theory is riddled with contradictions and problems. In 1913, Sagnac carried out a simple experiment of passing light in opposite directions around a table and recombining them. This produced interference fringes. He then rotated the whole table at 2 revolutions per second and found that the fringes changed. This result has very significant implications in science. It works as follows. A beam of light leaves the light source at the bottom left-hand corner and is split into 2 different beams, which we have coloured red and blue just to distinguish them. They travel round the circuit in opposite directions until they eventually reach the splitter, which also recombines them. There they then go on to the photographic plate, where they have interference fringes. In this simplified version, we see that the beam is split into 2, the red and the blue again, and they go round the circuit and are recombined at the splitter and recombining prism, so that they again produce the fringes on the photographic plate. Now let us rotate the table. Before we do so, there is the very important subject of the effect of the ether. The Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the 30 kilometers per second motion of the Earth through the ether. So as to overcome this problem, Einstein simply abolished the ether in his relativity theory. The very significant result of the Sagnac experiment was that it proved that the ether existed. Let us see how it did this. It is a fundamental feature of relativity that it claims that as there is no ether, light travels away from a source at the same speed relative to the source, whether the source is moving or not. Thus, whether the table is turning or not, the fringe patterns should stay the same. But if the ether exists, once the light has left the source, the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the speed of the table, mirrors, etc., as we see here. So let us see what happens when we rotate the table. Here, the light is split, and the red and blue lights go in opposite directions. But notice that the left-hand mirror has moved around in such a direction that the distance the red light has to travel is further. Now in relativity, the same time should be taken because the splitter is also moving and the distance between them is the same. But now imagine that the ether exists and the speed of the light is controlled by the stationary ether. Imagine the ether like a thick treacle that limits how fast the light can travel, independent of the motion of the light source, the splitter, or the mirrors. The result is that the red light takes longer to reach the left-hand mirror. Similarly, the right-hand mirror is coming towards the blue light, so it reaches the mirror quicker. After they change ends, the red light again takes longer to reach the recombiner, whilst the blue light gets there quicker again. So they reach the photographic plate with a delay between them, and this changes the fringe pattern. In fact, Sagnac, using the speed of the rotation of the table, calculated how much the fringes should change, and found that they did change by just that amount. The crucial feature of this experiment is that it demonstrates that the ether does exist, which demolishes relativity.
Bang.
How does the scientific establishment deal with this result? By muddying the waters with scientific gobbledygook.
This is translation hijack city. He just called it gobbledygook. Hijack, man. abolish the ether because you don't want to admit that the earth is stationary? Spinning us on a ball so that we don't connect with our noggins across the plane? Act like water's curving in a ball and land is curving in a ball, and there's all kind of balls and spheres around us because of these lens deceptions and these telescopes.
Wikipedia says, in the above discussion, the rotation mentioned is a rotation with respect to an inertial reference frame. Since this experiment does not involve a relativistic velocity, the same wording is valid both in the context of classical electrodynamics and special relativity. How on earth can it be valid in both theories? It clearly proves that the ether exists because the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the rotating table and mirrors.
So they're saying it's valid in both. The ether does exist, but we still can't prove that the earth is moving through it. Like, that's just a cop-out. Hijack 101.
This Sagnac effect is used by airlines for their compass directions. As the plane turns, the change in the fringes are translated into a change in the direction of the plane that then registers on the cockpit compass. In addition, I have received comments from 2 scientists complaining that they were never taught about the Sagnac experiment. The first said, after 35 years as a professional physicist with a thesis in relativity, I only learned of Sagnac's experiment last year.
Whoa.
Another correspondent complained that his professors never mentioned these important experiments. Dear Mr. Bowden, thank you for your enjoyable and well-written website. I've enjoyed visiting there today. I was especially interested in your comments on geocentricity, which, as noted, are controversial. The amazing thing is that none of the experiments cited were ever discussed in my undergraduate education, nor the implications cited. All my life I have heard the story of how Copernicus's theory came to prevail. I would have thought that major experimental evidence, already in existence, and calling the theory into question, would have at least been cited. One feels cheated as a student, of course, to keep finding 25 years later these bodies of contrarian evidence that never are mentioned in the classroom unless a student has already researched the topics and brings them up. Yet
We all feel cheated. I wanted to be an astronaut, boss. I didn't know I could just go straight into outer space. And more space beyond the poles is outer space.
Yet again, we have the suppression of scientific evidence that supports creation and geocentricity.
Go get that drop. Just had to revisit the Michelson, Morley flow and understand the ether. Hey, hop to my jigging, man, for really paying attention, man, and, you know, helping us answer these fundamental questions, you know what I'm saying? Did they hit the ether or did they just hit some fluid? And now that we know the ether exists, now we can, you know, understand what a boy's talking about and, you know, put it in line with what HaWah been telling us, that they can't even reach the firmament.
This is why in the 1900s they conducted the Michelson-Morley experiment to try and prove that the Earth is moving through the ether realm. This would prove for them that the Earth is moving through space. Because remember, they said that the ether permeates space, or makes up space. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, they did not observe the movement of the Earth through this ether realm. So what did they do? They pretty much proved that the Earth is not moving. It's stationary. It's not moving through space, or it's not moving through this ether realm. Of course, because God's word is true. He told us the world is established and that it cannot be moved. So then what happened? Einstein released his special theory of relativity. And then the physics community started to accept that the ether does not exist. But of course they're going to say that the ether doesn't exist because it disproves the ball Earth. But of course, 50 years later, here's more documents. The failure of the U.S. attempts to attain supremacy of the ether. So they know this ether exists. They're just not telling you.
The failure of the U.S. attempts to obtain the supremacy of the ether, man. That's bars right there, man. Goodness. There's a lot they ain't telling us. There's a lot they ain't telling us. Let's get some meat and potatoes. Matter of fact, let's check in on Enoch. And then we're going to get out of here with some meat and potatoes, man. Some flat earth meat and potatoes, man. Book of Enoch, man. Chapter 72 says a lot. Let's just get a piece of this. Might not, yeah. Might not, hey. Are we still getting cozy? We still got the fire burning? My fire starters, have y'all been putting some logs? Okay. Y'all been putting some logs on the fire? Okay. I want to hear some snap, crackle, and pop on this one. Get a little bigger. No, this is small. The books. This is Enoch chapter 72, Book of Enoch, the book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven. God. Wow. Wow, wow. Here we go. Here we go. Nice and low. So the book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, the relations of each. All right, so this is relative to orientation pies. Flat drop 101. Relations of each according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons. According to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, who Enoch, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws. So we're talking about the laws of the planets, the stars. He showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity till the new creation. I ain't talking New Testament. Till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. So this new creation, this new Exodus, man, it's gonna last till forever, man, eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven. So first off, if the sun is going through portals, man, we're not talking about some sun that's bellowing through the void of space at 450,000 miles per hour. I never seen no fire being able to exist in a vacuum, first of all. Some fiery sun in a vacuum or a void. You got to prove that experiment too, NASA, Hijack City. You got to prove Earth as a ball of water can exist without the water splashing out at 1,000 miles per hour in a vacuum or a void. Then you got to prove that fire can even exist in a vacuum, which is what the sun is supposed to be in, right? So the luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven in the firmament, and it's setting in the western portals of the heaven. Now, this reminded me of that drought we just got. Love to and love to write 7x. he had this, yeah, there we go. You know, cosmology, Hebrew cosmology flow, right? So, see, the sun is inside the firmament, and right above it, what do you see? We see the windows and doors of heaven, right? And it kind of reminds me of the Antarctic gateways we just saw, Tarzanta, with the water gateways going through there. And it's something that does correlate between Antarctica as a circle that surrounds us and the firmament above, right? I mean, it's all merging. It's all merging. The luminary of the sun has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, or firmament, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises. 6 portals, my nigga, which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets. That's 12. And the moon rises and sets in these portals. So both the sun and the moon rise and set in these 6 plus 6, 12 portals, okay? Dragonfly perspective, Book of Enoch. And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east, 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and left of these portals. So there's many windows to the right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating, heating fire. I'll ask you one more time, boss. Have you ever seen fire in the vacuum of space? In a vacuum? Do an experiment. Create a vacuum and then try to light some fire. Ain't no fire in a vacuum, boss. This fire exists in conjunction with the ether, boss. This luminary is flying through the ether, boss. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way, he rises in the first month of the great portal, which is the fourth. Those 6 portals in the cast, or I think they mean east. So they're saying the 4th portal is the great portal, right? And in that 4th portal, from which the sun rises in the first month, are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame, which they are open in their season. This is deep, right? Orientation pies, orientation enchiladas, flat drop 101. Greatest flat drop of all time, greatest flat drop you ever seen. Let's go. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through the 4th portal, 30 mornings in succession. All right, you got that? And sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. So the sun comes out the 4th portal in the east, sets in the 4th portal in the west. And we know it's not going up and down, it's going straight across the earth plane. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and the night nightly shorter to the 13th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. and the sun rises from the fourth portal, sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings. So now it's going through another portal for 30 mornings and rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. So don't you think that by changing portals, it changes kind of the seasons, right? This month might be warmer than that month because the sun might be in the fourth or fifth or whatever portal, sixth portal. That seems to correlate with the seasons. And when the day becomes longer, like daylight savings time and all this stuff, right? So when the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts, and it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and rises and sets in the sixth portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. The sign, right? The months, the days, the horoscope, right? So, or the zodiac, right? So on that day, the day becomes longer than the night. And the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts. And the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. Okay. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from the sixth portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal. And for 30 mornings, let me get it right. Yeah, okay. And for 30 mornings and sets in the west again in the fifth western portal. On that day, the day decreases by 2 parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from the fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west and rises, cool, in the fourth portal for 1 and 30 mornings. So it goes from the sixth portal, bounces back to the fourth portal, again for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign and sets in the west. On that day, the days equalize with the night. Managa, this is HaWah HaWah. This ain't what they teaching us in grammar school, grammar school. We breaking the spell right now, Managa. We getting cozy. This flat drop 101. So now the day is equalized with the night and becomes equal in length. And the night accounts or amounts to 9 parts and the day to 9 parts. So when they're equal, it's 9 and 9. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises 30 mornings in the third portal and sets in the west in the third portal. And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day till the 13th morning. Make sure I got that right. All right, so I get it back. And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day till the 13th morning. And the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. So it's 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Let's go. You in the 9, you in that 432. And the sun rises from the third portal and sets in the third portal in the west and returns to the east. And for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east. And in the like manner sets in the portal, second portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts, the day to 7 parts. 11 plus 7, 18. 1 plus 8, you're back in the 9. that's real. That's really than real, deeper than deep, man. That's really mind blasting. How HaWah, man, just has these parts and portals and everything so calculated, way beyond their Big Bang accidental situation. This ain't no accident. So they gotta abolish the ether. They gotta abolish real science, real investigation, because it all proves HaWah. And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts, the day to 7 parts, and the sun rises on that day from the second portal and sets in the west in the second portal and returns to the east into the first portal for 1 and 30 mornings and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. 12 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit. So the sun is moving, right? But you're stationary. Don't say the earth is moving. It don't say you're on a ball. All this detail, you don't think Enoch would clearly break down the fact that you're on a spherical spinning ball? Instead, we're talking about the circuit of the sun through these portals, my love. Within the firmament, my love. Traverse the divisions of his orbit and turn again on those divisions of his orbit and enters that portal 30 mornings and sets also in the west, opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a ninth part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7. 18 again, 9. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings, sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases, amounts to 9 parts, and the day again to 9 parts, 9 plus 9. And the night is equal to the day, and the years exactly as its days, 364, not 5. That's how they get this leap year situation. 364. So they added a day, huh? And the length of the day and night and the shortness of the day and of the night arises through the course and of the sun. These distinctions are made. They are separated. Separation is natural. So it comes that its courses become daily longer and its courses nightly shorter. Nightly shorter. And this is the law in the course of the sun and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, i.e., the great luminary, which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as HaWah commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal, boss. Now, they don't teach us in public school that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say the sun is super duper gigantic, and the moon is smaller than the earth. Huge difference, right? Nothing's bigger than the sun, right? But according to the book of Enoch, the sun and the moon are the same size, which equates to these eclipses, right? That's why they can go in front of each other and form these eclipses. And then we know we got another dark luminary, or a luminary that doesn't reflect, that seems to be causing some of these, supreme eclipses as well, right? What they call that, there's a name for this dark sun. It's a name's gonna come to me later, but it's like a dark luminary that is out there as well, right? They say. So, I mean, what causes the phase of the moon? Is it the water? Is it the portals? Is it this other, non-reflective luminary? You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely been spoken of. It's definitely been spoken of. The moon has its own light. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon, and her circumference. So one is a he, one is a her, frame or shape or flow, right? And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven. And her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform or full, it amounts to the seventh part of the light of the sun. So a bright full moon, so bright, it's only 1/7, according to Enoch, of the sun. Now the moon is not reflecting off the sun. They're the same size. The moon has her own light. The moon has her own light with her own property of light. The moonlight cools surfaces. The sunlight heats surfaces. A reflecting of an heating, a light being reflected that has the property of heating still has the property of heating. If I take a mirror and reflect the sun's light, whatever I direct that beam to will be heated up. But the moonlight is different. It's opposite. Whatever that hits, it makes the surface cooler or colder. You don't change the property just because of a reflection. It has a different property completely than the sunlight. She has her own light, a seventh part of the sun, and thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes forth on the 13th morning, and on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon. Ooh, we're talking phases. Enoch talking phases. Okay. On the 13th day together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. Talking portals, Managi. And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part, and her whole circumference empty, without light, with exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. I know it's deep. I know it's mind blasting, boss. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him. So that's why you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time in the mornings, afternoons. When he rises, she rises. They rise together, boss, frame of shape of flow, and receives the half of one part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun and is visible that night with the 14th part and the half of one of them, and she rises on that day with exactly a seventh part and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. Yeah, Enoch popping off. And just this first piece here, and I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution, and all these Uriel, the holy dragon angel, who is the leader of them all, showed to me and their positions, and I wrote down their position as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished in single 7 parts. She accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7 parts she accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And when we see the sun and moon in the sky at the same time on a ball, that don't make sense, because that means there's no luminaries on the other side of your ball, man. If I got the sun and moon above me, what's underneath me, right? What's on the other side of the ball? No luminaries, no sun, no moon. Stop it, boss. Cavalry, boss. And in certain months, she alters her settings, and in certain months, she pursues her own peculiar course. Now, this is super important. That's why ThaWaDa be popping off on this moon. You know, I don't know if ThaWaDa made peace with the moon yet, but she ain't really messed with this moon. Is this the same moon? Is it a different moon? What is the moon? Satellite? What is it, man? Mama, or in this case, Miss Moon, has her own unique ways. We just read how specific the sun's course is. The moon kind of does her own dang thing. She knows, pretty much which portals to, she keeps it in order, but she does it still her own peculiar way. The moon does her own thing. You know how women are. You know how women are. My ox is like, yeah, I get it. Shout out to my aquas. My aquas do their own peculiar course, man. In certain months, she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 months, so only 2 months that she set with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and 4th, she goes forth for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. I mean, you got it, Managa. And, later it gives them names and says her name is Ebla. One of her names is Ebla in Hebrew. And one of the son's names is Tomas, man. Tomas, kind of like Tau. Kind of like Tau. Tau. You can't spell Tomas without a Tau, right? The cross. And they put the sun on the cross. And the sun is the Tau. Whoa. Bars, Managa. Bars, man. Well, what the good Dr. Foster say, man? The good Dr. Foster said the moon is a plasma. He said, she? Oh, that's plasma. Can you land on the moon if it's a plasma? Have they ever landed on the moon? What do you think, Doc? What do you think, Dr. Foster?
11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, a cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which will be confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is far less than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means there is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, had only 1,000th part of its current mass, then the tides would only be 2 inches high under conventional theories instead of sometimes 14 feet. And that means that if it is proved that the moon is a plasma, then all gravitational theories are out, and the new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved.
Aren't you being a bit adventurous, though, because you know we're going to be able to...
He said, gravity is out, boss. What? Hold up, man. Hold up, man. We still got the man. For the disc, man. For the disc, man. All right. Keep our fire burning for the disc, man. Would you say, Doc? Doc, did you say all gravity is out, boss? All gravitational theories. Because gravity is a theory and not a law, not a scientific law. It's just a theory like you could have in your own mind, in your own brain, in your own mind bone. It's a theory, not a law.
Not knowledge as such, but an indication and a guidance which I followed and which I worked very hard and to evolve into a new structure of understanding.
Inspirations are related to thoughts of genius. Do you think or consider yourself to be a genius?
No. I consider myself to be an ordinary, humble person who wants to serve mankind with what man has striven for from the beginning of consciousness, with truth and understanding of the world.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is less, far less than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means that
that ether
is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, had only 1,000th part of its current mass, then the tides would only be 2 inches high under conventional theories instead of sometimes 14 feet.
So they give us a fake size of the moon and sun, and if it is 1,000th time of what they've given us, then what happens to this gravitational pull of this massive moon? If the moon is small, then tides should only be a couple of inches according to how they've calculated this stuff. This is pre-NASA pop-offness. Maybe it was formulated, but it wasn't no Apollo popping off. Then comes Apollo, then comes all this stuff. Antarctic Treaty had just been put in play around this time. It's 1958, 1965, all right. 1961, again, Operation Fishbowl. Robert Kennedy, right now, is just doing his thing. He gets assassinated 63. He got some big secrets. Robert Foster, 2 years after the Kennedy assassination, is telling you the moon cannot be landed on. Gravity is out. The moon is a plasma. So now we've got a plasma disk, which is really a reflection, boss.
And that means that if it is proved that the moon is a plasma, then all gravitational theories are out, and the new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved.
Aren't you being a bit adventurous, though, because you know we're going to be able to test out your theories on the moon fairly soon?
Well, not anymore. 11 years ago, of course, it was rather taking a risk. I was considered a lunatic, of course, but by now the evidence, accumulated evidence, is already so much in my favor that I'm not taking any risks anymore. On the contrary, there is scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
All over the world, the moon is in a different nature than what they assumed. You can't land on it, and this is what worldwide science knew. You think he looks like he's bluffing? He had something to gain. He's trying to spread a moon plasma psyop in 1965. Or did they hush him? Did they hush all the real explorers? Did they hush all the real scientists like they do with these doctors today when they tell the truth?
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes. But the moon is...
Mars is land. Venus is more land. According to F. Amadeo Giannini, world beyond the pole. The moon is plasma, boss.
Definitely, as I assert, the plasma.
Just like the sun.
Isn't there a slight contradiction? You mentioned the moon and the tides, Mr. Foster, and at the earlier part of the interview you talked about the tides sweeping over the Earth.
Well, there is no contradiction there, because once the moon is proven not to be a piece of rock, but something of far less mass, and the gravitational theories are out and discarded, new concepts have to be involved which will show that the lawfulness of nature in the cosmos is identical to that in a hydrogen atom or in atomic processes. And when this is understood and worked out in full, it will be found that the physical processes of the Earth are quite different in geophysics of what it is present assumed, and that lawfully in certain periods, mostly during the ice ages, which occur every 200 million years, and there is a reason for that, the axis of the Earth suddenly tilts over. And when this happens, then you get the floods of the Bible, which were recorded before. The tides, the ordinary everyday tides, have an explanation, even if the moon had almost no mass at all, because they are field effects. They're induced by cosmic pressures which exist in the field of our solar system.
In that ether, them ether waves, the tides could be directly correlated with the ether waves and all this flipping of the poles and Earth axis flow we see now, as he's, beginning to see clearly. It's all about magnetism, what I mean? It's all the movement that they're getting, it's all the magnetational field forces, man. It's not the Earth being anything other than stationary. It's not any movement detected. All this movement is happening through and around us, my naga. Through and around you, my naga. We just popping off, I mean, What else is there to say, man? We talked about dark-skinned people, the Michelson Morley experiment, the firmament. We're talking ether field. We're talking Enoch. Moon is plasmas, man. We're talking David Rumsey's. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this land spinning in a ball 1,000 miles per hour? Huh? Or is this firm, fixed, and immovable? Why not? Earth plane, connected to more worlds beyond the pole. I said we'll get some meat and potatoes. This is another great documentary, man. Another classic. Took a dismount on. And let's see. As it loads up, man, just know I appreciate y'all surfing the waves so thoroughly and building this investigation.
Them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
God.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Let's get these basics, man, for the dismount. For the dismount. Hey, I have to drop. Nation. We've been patiently waiting. I drop 101. Meat and no potatoes. That's what this is called. Shout out to ODD TV. D Murphy 25. What it do? Halal HaWah, man. Hey, it's all happening. We just investigating, freeing our mind bone, getting these visuals, getting this validation right in their face bone, trying to figure out These time zones. Got us shining like these rhinestones. Let's go, man. Come on, man. Come on, Hijack. What you want, Hijack?
Every 5 minutes you should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. But the thing that really got me interested was, as you say, the gyroscope. In a plane there is a artificial horizon, okay, and it's based on a gyroscope. And if you spin a gyroscope on a surface, it will want to stay upright. You can twist and tilt the surface as much as you like, the gyroscope will stay upright. So if a plane has a gyroscope and it starts following the curve of the Earth, the gyroscope would stay upright, which means the artificial horizon will start to roll backwards. But it doesn't. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. Because I asked the pilot on my last flight, do you ever notice the artificial horizon rolling backwards? He said, no, but the artificial horizon has complex electronics in it to make sure it knows where it is on the Earth and it compensates. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. So that right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane. None of it makes sense. The problem is that we're taught as children, this ball Earth lie, and you might ask as a child, what about the people in Australia? They're standing on the bottom of the globe, won't they fall off? And your teacher says, no, gravity. And you go, oh, okay. And you never go back to that question. But when you go back to it as an adult and start looking at it with a critical eye, right, the whole thing falls apart. As you say, the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a leading astronomer in America,
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
Tells us that the Earth is not a perfect circle. It is actually an oblate spheroid. It's squashed and wider at the equator. Yeah.
So, Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
Hold up, man.
A sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid.
That means there would be so much dramatic curvature at these points, man. Like, you would see crazy horizon situations, man. Like, come on, boss. That means any railroads going around this, they would have had to curve these railroads. They would have had to curve some bridges, man. That means that you got water curving this much in the ball. Can you please stop the cavalry, boss? Stop it, man. Stop it.
That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
So my question to him would be, why is there land at the equator? Because water will move more readily than rock. So if the Earth is spinning, the water will be collected at the equator. I mean, if you spin a wet tennis ball, you spin a wet tennis ball, the water shoots off at the equator, essentially. So all the water will be gathered around the equator. So why is there land at the equator? Doesn't make any sense. The other thing that about the spinning Earth is looking at the stars. Now, directly above the axis of spin is the pole star, Polaris, okay, directly over the North Pole. And we're told that the reason that all the stars spin around the the North Star is because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Okay, seems to make sense because if you put a long exposure camera pointing at the North Star, you'll see the stars will make perfect circles around, perfect star trails. The only problem is the Earth is also orbiting the Sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Okay, the Sun is moving, dragging the Earth and all the planets up that way or that way at 600,000 miles an hour.
Damn,
so why do we see perfect?
That's even faster than I said. I said 450,000 because that's what NASA said. He said 600,000. You being dragged and swirled, but you got perfect star paths, circular star paths. Just put the camera up pointing at the North Pole. Do your time lapse, man. You're not going to see just chaotic, not even spirals. You're just going to just see circles, boss. Come on, boss.
Circles, because that's the slowest speed, that's slowest motion in that mix, and yet the Earth is moving 67 times faster that way, and 600 times faster that way. So you should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth. The thing is, what the scientists will give you is calculations and and theories why that happens. But we have experience. We see things and
flat drop 101.
They either make sense or they don't make sense. What the scientists do is substitute our common sense and our intuition for calculations and theory, and we're supposed to believe the calculations rather than what we experience ourselves.
Yeah.
There was a famous experiment back in the 1800s in England called the Bedford Levels experiment.
Talk on it.
Now, the Bedford Levels is a canal that is perfectly straight for 6 miles. Okay, so what a chap called Samuel Rowbottom did was he took a telescope, put it in the water about 8 inches above the water, and he had a friend, in a rowboat with a flag on the back, row all the way to the other end, and he was able to see the flag on the back of the rowboat the whole distance. Now, according to spherical trigonometry, the curve of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. So over 5 miles, that's 5 times 525 times 8, which is 200, works out, that's 200 inches, which works out at 16 feet. That means the boat should have been 16 feet below the horizon. He shouldn't have been.
Based on the presupposed circumference of the ball Earth. There should be. Now, this calculation is important because you're able to do it yourself and measure this stuff yourself, and the flat water or the flat roads or railroads or bridges, and you got to ask yourself, do I see that amount of curvature? Now, he said every mile should be what?
That's 5 times 525 times 8. The curve of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared. So every mile should be 8 inches of curvature squared. Let's go.
So over 5 miles, that's 5 times 525 times 8, which is 200, works out.
That's how they get it. So if it's 5 miles, you got to square that and multiply it times 8 to get the inches, and then bring that to the feet, and that's how he brought it to the 16 feet. This is repeatable, observable science for real, for real. Whatever they want to call it, flat earth or this and this and this, these knockers are doing way more science and calculations and validation, not using any of the trigonometry, spherical trigonometries, NASA's trickologies. They're leaving all the hijack science, all the public school information, college, all this stuff behind, and starting with a fresh, clear thought of using their senses, do I feel like I'm spinning? Why are they telling me I'm spinning? Can you measure the movement of the earth through the ether? No. Should we abolish the ether? No. Perhaps you're not going anywhere. You are firm, fixed, and immovable.
That's 200 inches, which works out at 16 feet. That means the boat should have been 16 feet below the horizon. He shouldn't have been able to see the boat. Now, you know, the scientists will say, oh, refraction and this and light bending around the earth and stuff. But the fact is, you know, it's perfectly flat. And he in his book, he puts forward many arguments that show that, or many experiments that show the Earth is always perfectly flat. They say that you see the mast, you know, go down last. It's literally just the way your vision works. Yeah, it's perspective and atmospherics basically.
Mm-hmm.
The limit of your vision is supposedly 3 miles. And then after 3 miles, you're supposed to see the boat start to go over the horizon. It's funny that Neil deGrasse Tyson again says that, explains that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. He says this, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane because you're not high enough. The Earth is so big that you can't get high enough to see the curvature. Yet, you can apparently see a boat go over the curvature over the distance of 3 miles, which doesn't make sense. The thing is, when you look out and you see a boat start to go over the horizon, if you suddenly get a pair of binoculars and look, it comes back again. And once it goes out of the sight of your binoculars, if you get a telescope, yeah, it comes back again. It doesn't go over any curve of the horizon. What we found, many people have done experiments with very high-powered zoom cameras, and they've watched a boat sail out to sea, and they've just kept trained on this boat. And what they see is, after a very long distance, you see an atmospheric effect where the bottom of the boat disappears and starts and the top of the boat inverts, so you see a sort of mirror image. And that, with your eyesight, you know, basically the bottom of the boat just melts into the horizon. One of the best examples of that is the Antwerp Notre Dame spire, which can be seen something like 240 kilometers away from from the spire. So that should be over a mile below the horizon, and you can still see it. There's been a few famous examples just recently of a man who took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe it's Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. And there have been so many people who have seen exactly the same thing on different days, different seasons, always the same. You know, it's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plane. You see in a kind of pyramid shape. Yeah.
And why would they lie about this? Unless if they're trying to hide HaWah, hide the Creator's creation, and by doing that, they can hide the people. They can say you don't exist because your Creator don't exist. Let's get a little more. This man.
You have a horizon at your eye level, and everything above the horizon will go down into the horizon. Yeah, everything below the horizon will seem to go up. Just like if you're in a long hallway, you'll see that the walls will start to move in, and the roof and the floor will start to move into the center. Yeah, so literally between you and the object you're looking at, there's all sorts of things, sort of like waves going up and down, and while you can't see them, if they're beyond the limit of your sight, they're still, sometimes they can still obscure what you're looking at. But it's just because they're between you and it. And it's just the way, it's literally perspective. It's better if I could draw a diagram, but it's a very difficult subject to get your head around if you're not used to it. But it is perspective. One sort of other proof is there's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across. And it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, you know, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, you know, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. If you were to go to NASA and download one of their photos of the Earth in the moon sky and put it in Photoshop, okay, drop the saturation and the levels down, you'll see that the Earth has been pasted in, because you'll see a rectangular box around the Earth. It's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. The only one that NASA actually claims is a photograph was from 1972, and it's the famous picture. It's got Africa sort of near the top.
Hi, Jason.
The same picture they've been using for the last 40 or 50 years in every textbook. Every other image is what they call a composite. It's Photoshop.
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Has to be, boss man.
And many of us have been looking at these images of Earth, including the one they called the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Again, when you zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. And they got lazy. In another image, they've even photoshopped the word sex in the clouds, which is a subliminal tool they use to get people to sort of relate to something. They literally, you can look at this and you can find it on NASA's website. In a video I'm working on at the moment, I've got a video from what they call the Galileo space probe. As it left Earth, it took a series of shots of Earth, apparently. And you see that over the course of 25 hours, the clouds never move.
Come on, Bob.
Now, I happened to find some pictures of satellite pictures of Earth, and I noticed that in these separately taken satellite shots, the clouds were exactly the same as the ones in this Galileo shot. So it's a cloud map. It would be very simple indeed to just silence everybody, put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, zooming in onto a place so that we can see what's happening at that place, and we know that there is something up there looking down on us from space. But they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. literally doesn't exist. When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the northern hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the southern hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking, usually about an hour after takeoff, and then later on will reappear an hour before landing. Now, there's no explanation for it. I mean, the point is that distances are very different, and distances and flight plans are very different on the flat Earth than they are on the ball. And when you look at flights in the southern hemisphere, they make some really crazy, sort of deviations. So, for instance, if we look on here, let's say a flight from Cape Town over here to Australia, say Sydney in Australia, they will take you to Dubai first, somewhere around here. Yes. Just recently, there was a case of a woman who was pregnant on a flight, and she was her waters broke on the flight, and I think it was from the Philippines to Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. And again, if you look on this map, you're from around here somewhere to here. Okay. Now they were flying across, and literally her waters broke, and they had to divert. They had to land. So instead of either going back to the Philippines or going on to Los Angeles, they landed in Alaska. Which again, if you look on the flat map, it's again a straight path. Santiago, Chile to Australia, mm-hmm. right? Will usually stop in Los Angeles. Again, you can see on the flat map that it's again a straight path.
Bang.
It all seems to make sense, and if the only thing that would sort of confirm it or disprove it would be GPS, but hey ho, GPS doesn't work in the southern hemisphere.
And that's how they hide the drop. GPS don't even work in the southern hemisphere. Shout out to D Murphy 25, flat earth, all meat, no potatoes. I'll pause it right here. We'll probably pick it right here because I like how his flow is flowing. This is all meat, no potatoes, veggie meat, veggie meat, veggie meat. I love how this flows, man. Veggie meat. You're like, what do you mean, drop? What do you mean, veggie meat, drop? I said veggie meat. Hold up, man. Oh, yeah. Why I'm not vegan with 19 Keys. Shout out to 19 Keys, the Bro Yaki Awakening. And I just got hit not too long ago to the Bro Yaki, which is crazy, man, because, he been popping off. I just got this clip right here, man. We're going to belly flop into, I don't know. We're just going to belly flop somewhere in this. It's a high-level conversation going on. And ain't no point in knowing your orientation if you're going to just eat like crap. Shout out to Brother Nature. We got to be living well with Brother Nature. Shout out to all the Eat the Squad. Look out for just the new, continuation, man, on our new website and the new flow. I'm just building it all brand new for the cons, and I'll praise ThaWaDa for the strength, man, because so much hijack city to get through. But, we're unlocking, we're unlocking their spells, man. By observing, man, we are changing the behavior of this particle of their spells, Managi. We are dissipating. We are annihilating the hijack and the hijack spell with high-level frequency, high-level conversation. And I try to get a little drop, where I can, man. And 19 Keys be popping, some drop, man, popping off. Y'all key popping off. Let's go.
People on all fruits and seeing what it does to the body. Not saying that these other diets, livid, should I say, because I hate the word diet, can't heal you, but I see fast healing, especially neurologically, is going to be on high energetic foods. But you do have to put in, genetic weaknesses, man. We genetically weak. And every time the the child get older and have a baby, that's another genetic weakness. So we see fruits, people get on fruits and they get completely skinny. You start seeing a sunken face and, you know, they look malnutrition. But that's the genetics for us eating all these acidic forming foods that have been breaking down our tissues and breaking down our cells and our mitochondria. So now you get on these high foods, and we got to put in the fact too that the ground is malnutrition. They done completely messed up the soil. You know what I'm saying? The fruits that you eating now are lacking a lot of they phytonutrients and nutrition. Even the Sabi diet, a lot of that stuff is lacking the stuff that wood had in there hundreds of years ago because what they doing to the earth, man. So, but if you look at it from a physical standpoint, just physiology, you look at it from our small intestinal tract, even when you get into the pH balance of something called trypsin, amylose, the way our mouth and our salivary glands produce these alkaline breaking down agents, man, we are frugivores. You know what I'm saying? Just, I mean, you can scientifically prove it.
I can't wait to hear a lot of, you know, your peers that's in the world of, you know, nutrition and health. You understand me? Give their review. Yeah. You understand me? If you will, about the ideas of more specifically purely eating fruit. You understand me? And I think it's definitely worth a try. I think this is where a lot of people have misconceptions about fruit when it comes to sugar. You understand me? Because people don't believe that you can break down the sugar that's in fruit because they think of it in the same way they think about white sugar or other types of sugar.
Sucrose, pentose, maltose,
can you get the people to break down on sugar and why you can eat fruit without worrying about the sugar aspect?
Oh, of course. So when you got sugar, you got three main bases of sugars. You got galactose, which is produced by the black woman's breast. You have fructose, which is actually naturally occurring in your fruits. And then you have glucose, which is naturally occurring in your vegetables, all right? So I already told y'all earlier in the interview that your fructose yields 12,000 angstroms of energy. Your glucose or your vegetables only yield 9,000 angstroms of energy. Fruits is good. The only way I can heal diabetes 1 or 2 is by way of fructose. When you get somebody with diabetes and they're insulin dependent, you have something called the islands of Langerhans. So they'll say that sugar raises the glucose. You a glucose load on fruits, which is a total lie. Every diabetic patient that I've had that had 1 or 2 hyperglycemia that had or diabetes mellitus, we healed them on an all fruit diet with herbs. Now, this is the reason why. Fructose. When you eat fructose, fructose bypass the pancreas. The pancreas has something called the islands of Langerhans. You have the alpha cells, which produce glycogen. You have the beta cells that produce insulin. Then you have the delta cells that produce something called somatostatin. Somatostatin is a mixture of a growth pituitary hormone, and it's mixed with glycogen again. Well, in order to actually break down glucose and put glucose in the blood to penetrate a cell, that's what insulin does. Insulin is used as a key. So insulin is a key that take glucose, unlock the cellular membrane, and then the cell swallows the glucose and eat it. Then it gets actually broken down and metabolized by something called the mitochondria, and then you yield something called ATP, ADP, and AMP, adenosine triphosphate, adenosine monophosphate, and adenosine diphosphate. This is the energy. So we're talking about carbon. Carbon is on your periodic table. All carbon is sugar. Sugar breaks down into carbon. Carbon, what happens is you eat some sugar, right? You will eat this sugar. Once the sugar gets converted in the body, it is CHO. What the conversion is taken out of that hydrogen because hydrogen is acidic. So once you take the hydrogen out of the CHO, it's just carbon and oxygen. This is alkaline. So sugar is alkaline. What's not alkaline is when they take the sugar out of something like a corn, because corn have natural fructose, and then they burn it and change the chemical composition because they put fire to it. The moment you put fire to it, it changes the chemical composition. Now they're heightening it. So they call this high fructose corn syrup. Now it's no longer a fructose, it becomes a dextrose, or it becomes a pentose, which is a 5-sugar phosphate, or they call it sucrose. These things are called polysaccharides. See that we're not talking about monosaccharides. Monosaccharides is what's in your fruits, what's in your vegetables. Polysaccharides is what they're creating in these white man's laboratories. That's what's bad for us. But back to the fructose. Let me show you how amazing fruits is. If you are diabetic and your pancreas is down because whether it got a fluke worm in it, Fascioloscus bushki worm in it, a hookworm, a thread worm, usually you find parasites inside of the pancreas when somebody is suffering from diabetes, and you find that mucus is down or the adrenals are down because the adrenals is in control of something called the autonomic nervous system. The prefix to autonomic is auto. These are things that runs on autopilot. Digestion is supposed to be on autopilot. The flickering of your eyes is on autopilot. Your breathing and your lung capacity is on autopilot. Your heartbeat is on autopilot. All these are controlled by the parasympathetic, sympathetic, autonomic nervous system. Well, your pancreas yielding insulin, that's a nervous system issue because the adrenals are down. And the reason why the adrenals are down because you're eating the wrong foods, and these foods are creating toxins and byproducts that you're not getting out of your body because you haven't opened up the lymphatic system and the kidneys to filtrate all of that toxemia out, or your skin is not working. Now check this out. That's the pancreas being down. So what food can I eat that don't break down the glucose? The only other food that I got is fructose. Now, would you glucose load for a couple of days? Yes, you will, because you introducing your body to a new sugar. But it's a natural occurring sugar by Yahweh. Look, so you have two types of digestion, right? You have pancreas digested enzymes that break down the actual glucose. Not only that, the pancreas yield the islets of Langerhans and yields insulin to turn that key to bring glucose to the cell for you can have energy. Fructose completely bypass the pancreas. It go a lipid route. This lipid route is through the liver, and then it's called cellular infusion, where the actual sugar will infuse itself in the cell and don't even use the pancreas. And there's plenty articles, the government articles written up on this, and we have the clinical trials with at least 100 diabetics that prove this stuff, that we healed them on an all-fruit diet with minimum herbs.
Mind blasting. My man 19 has been mind blasted. See, these are the type of niggas that they was afraid of in Antarctica when they went to these tropical areas in Antarctica and didn't want to engage. These are the type of mind bones that they was afraid of. This that type of Blue Marvel type of mind bone, man. This that Blue Marvel type of stuff right here, man. I just want to hit y'all with some health drop 101 while we hit y'all with some flat drop 101. You know, sometimes you gotta, bond these things together, man, because hey, we need the health drop so we can keep investigating. And let's not leave out vibes of the cosmos. A lot of people mention vibes. Whenever we talk about moons and craters, there's also what's his name, God Vlansty, something like that. But there's another researcher that digs on a lot of the extended world. You know what I'm saying? Craters, moon. Moon being a reflection and all that flow, man. I'm just belly flopping. What's this? Extended World Map by Plasma Moon. Come on, bro. Only a hijack even draws stuff like this. Let's go. The moon is a plasma. What did the doctors say? Dr. Foster, they can't land on this, man. It's a plasma. Reflection. I'm going to cut the music down because man, you already know. YouTube, you know how YouTube is. All right. Extended world map. So this theory is, since we're investigating, this theory is that the moon is a map and that it's really reflecting the Earth plane and that it actually reveals more worlds or lands beyond the poles or the known Tara land that we think we know. Extraterrestrial is extra Tara. Tara means land, extra land. So these extraterrestrials that John F. Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy were threatening to talk about these aliens, and then you know what happened to them. We're talking about more land, extra terror. And then we got confirmation that there's more dark-skinned people in tropical areas with their own ice walls. Dark-skinned nations. So these extra terror connect to extra nagas. You know what I'm saying? And they want to put you on a ball so you think you are separated by a void of space, a vacuum of space, and not more water, more land, more vegetation. So vibes of the cosmos been breaking down extra terror, how the moon is a reflection of the earth plane. Do you see clearly? Are we seeing clearly? I mean, is this how we can navigate and connect? You know what I mean? You know, connect to more Nagas beyond the pole. Is the moon a plasma map, my Naga? Look at all this extra terror. Now he's going to make it clearer for Nagas. So he's saying, now this is all coming right off the moon, right? This is just filters and all that of the actual moon, right? So he draws this circle here. He says, this is the Arctic Circle. So everything within this, will be places we know, so to speak. Equator, okay. Woo, so this will be the North Pole. And look at that. Don't that look exactly like that North Pole we saw earlier in the David Rumsey map? You know what I'm saying? Okay. This is off the moon map. They just say craters and yada yada, but the map is a reflection. The moon is a reflection of these waters and extra terror. Africa, boss. It's coming off the moon. Inverted, all that. Europe, boss. Okay. Where's Asia? Asia, boss. So Africa, Europe, Asia. This is reflecting off the moon. North and South America. Here. Remember the Antarctic Circle was like this. Then you go out and you might find another circle of ice or worlds. All right, let's go. Man, we getting all the theories today, my nigga. It's Flat Drop 101. We going in. So then you got another continent. This ain't even on your ball, right? This ain't on your map. It's called Oceania. Is this right outside the wall or what? Now Atlantis, like I said, it's just outside the wall now. Do the continents shift? Let's go. Huh? So these are ancient lands of Lemuria and Atlantis. Remember the old war, cities of gold, high power Nagas? And these were high power Negroes. So that makes sense. And now you got Fuego. Y'all hit me with them volcanoes with a dismount. Can y'all hit me with about 3 more volcanoes, man? Fuego. So we got the Fuego flow connected with North South America, right? Fuego. Do we see clearly? Hyperborea, right. Okay. North Pole, Hyperborea flow. Now you got the Pangea flow, which they say, that's when everything was connected. Everything still is connected. We just got to connect it all back. And is that what they mean by the stars falling from the heaven or the earth shrinking? Is it all going to one day come back together? Con. That's a dope. I like to take these great pictures, man, because so much gets lost in the investigation. It's just good to have these memories, man. So that's the Atlantic Ocean. Pacific Ocean. Indian Ocean. God. Do we see clearly, boss? African Ocean or Ethiopian? Interesting. Then you got the Kronos Ocean, which of course is named after the hijacked Kronos, the mythos hijack. Zeus in them, right? God. Australius, which means bottom, right? Or below. Yeah. What's all this, though? What's all that? South Pangea Ocean is hella big. So where do you think these dragons are hiding? Where would you hide if you were a dragon? Where would you hide if you was Godzilla? Where would you go? You would just pop in a wormhole, vortex, may fall back, kick it in the South Pangea Ocean for a time or two. There's plenty of places to go in that water, man. Other worlds beyond the poles. God. But this is what we know. This is what we know. We on a ball, huh, boss? I don't think so, man. Extended world map by Plasma Moon. Vibes of the cosmos. Got the drop, man. Dodge all hijacks at all costs, whatever you do. You know what's dope, man, is that you can go to Google and you can just put in Tribe Up Music or My Jigga with an X, Tribe Music. And it's going to pop up first, man. That's dope. That means we've been getting it in. We've been putting in that work. We're in the analytics with the Tribe Up Music alone. Tribe Up Music stands on its own, man. And it's great to, be among the ambassadors, the founders of this movement, this musical, vibrational, HaWah-inspired frequency we call Tribe Up Music. You know what I'm saying? Where we are putting the frequency to unite the tribe again. We're not under a God spell. We don't do gospel. It's not just hippity hop. Ahab, the KRS-One, he said, I ain't even going to deal with the Grammys because they are exploiting us. I ain't going to stand next to that. Shout out to KRS-One, man. I feel you, man. We need to keep something pure. So we got Tribe Up Music, where we are, rapping about, singing about, putting the vibration about our creator, HaWah, giving all honor, all appreciation and glory to our Most High over everything, creator of the entire earth plane. And just reminding ourselves that we are one tribe, we are one vibe, and that's forever, man. That's forever. Last time we got a feature by CJ. Love to CJ battle. He's on the Tribe Up Music list. That wax on, wax off. We might have to get that one more again, man. Ma just dropped a great drop called Keep. These are drops I haven't even featured yet on my, 432 drop track flow, man. So ThaWaDa mod for just keeping us updated. Before I even get to it, you're going to see it here, man. 3 weeks ago, he dropped this one, man. Let's get it for the dismount. He also got these tracks, man. Too Hot. Let's have some fun with my jig on the way out of here, man. Since Ma inspired this ether flow, Michelson Morley flow, trying to abolish the ether. Nah, man. The earth is firm, fixed, and immovable, man. We out of here, baby. I said we out of here, baby. This joint is called Keep, produced by DJ Poncho, 432 Hertz. Let go.
Let's get started.
every day you get up, it's a celebration. In a different reality like multiplication. Don't mind me though, it's the education. My mind queued up, it's a soulful patient. I'm just going with the flow until I make it. Ain't no stopping me, no matter what I'm facing. Most high, give me energy through the matrix. I got a strong will, but they trying to break it. Keep me rolling, keep me flowing, keep me soaring, keep me going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
Let go. M-H-O-E.
Let's get started.
Keep it going, 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 keep it. Got this earth full of worlds and full of races. Got most high speed, yet more than basic. Got a car stored up and never vacant. They try to lock my mind, but my heart never take. I will never fold up or never breaking. Matter of fact, I need some now for my pain. Most high, I need you for management. A couple screws loose and I can't handle it. Keep me rolling, keep me flowing, keep me soaring, keep me going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it.
Let's get started.
M-H-O-E, Ma. He said, that's my new name. I'm rocking it. Ma is the man of many names. You know, Five Eyes Ma, Ma Jiggy with an X. M-H-O-E, Ma. Yeah, I said, call me M-H-O-E. Hano. M-H-O-E Dizzle Fitty. M-H-O-E Yosef. M-H-O-E Tabazan. M-H-O-E CJ. Hey, we M-H-O-E around here, man. Let's get this Too Hot, directed by CJ Battle. M-H-O-E Ma, we up, man. Hey, what a beautiful frequency, don't you agree? Yo.
I've been backing away from all this bullshit. I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I've been backing away from all this bullshit. I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I don't need your extra drama in my life. You're always tryna slow me down, tryna slow me down. I don't need your extra bullshit in my life. You're always tryna hold me down, tryna hold me down. I don't need that NASA nonsense in my life. Always tryna spin me round, spin me round. I've been backing away from all this bullshit. I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I've been backing away from all this bullshit. I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I need to be rolling good and back to where I need to be, but you be greedy in need of my company. Always tryna slow me down, tryna slow me down. I don't need that now, I need my most high speed. I've been dodging all these hijacks, they can't even catch the young chicks. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I've been backing away from all this bullshit, I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. I've been backing away from all this bullshit, I can't even touch it. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell. Hot as hell, that shit hot as hell.
Fire! We need some volcanoes from Ma. Y'all leave a comment, man. Send Ma some volcanoes. Say MHOE Ma. This one's for you. Pang, pang, ping, bow. Let's get one more for the dismount. Dismount season, man, with some tribal music. It don't get no better. The frequency is Ahab. Don't you agree? This is off Ma's latest, man. Dancing Dragon, good music is hidden. 432 Hertz. This joint's called the Love Frequency. Shout out to Accent Beats, man. We love showcasing, featuring all these independent producers, man, putting their music in that love frequency. Five Eyes Ma, MHOE Ma. Take the wheel. We out of here, baby.
Legion.
Uh-huh.
She loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me. When bad vibes turn down, she loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me. When bad vibes turn down, show me the way love go round. She love, I think deep, my heart beat repeat. I was made to be a king and serve everybody. Born with gold in my jeans and love in this ring.
Let go, let go. Oh, wow.
The love frequency.
Let go.
The love frequency. The love frequency. I need me a word more than little. A little bit more than little. More than English, more than riddle. I need me some herb, just a little. I need some Hebrew, more a little. Good frequency in my temple. Got a good queen on my level. The free, on full blast. She loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me. When bad vibes turn down, she loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me. When bad vibes turn down. The love frequency. The love frequency. The love frequency.
4, 3, 2, fly. Yeah. Tribe of Music, man. It's the ambassador of the Tribe of Music, man. You know, when I started making music from the heart bone, I would say Ma was like the one that really like said, nah, man, like this is all I'm gonna do. 432 Hertz, my frequency is all about HaWah, and you know, I'm just gonna really hone in on it, man. And he made me hone in on it. He made Everyone holding in on the CJ. Yo, everyone making this drop, man. Natural by Law, Dizzle 50, J-Law, man. We started honing in on it, man. And here we are, man. The birth of tribe of music, the dancing dragon. Miles in the 9, man. 108 subscribers, 1 plus 8 is 9. 4 plus 3, 9. I got the 9 flag, man. We just nining out the place, man. And yeah, man, please, man, y'all niggas, make sure y'all, hit the button, man. Make sure you are in the classroom of Five Eyes, my MHOE, my Jiggy. Can I see what this CJ Battle's hitting for? Am I overdropping with this? Produced by Lucky Genius 777, man. Am I overdropping, CJ? Am I overdropping? Bones, balls.
I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. Everybody got perspective, but don't nobody feel respect. You're not just my reflection now, everybody here connected. And if we lay them weapons down, how you supposed to feel protected? Tell me, don't you feel special? Now the most I got them blessings, I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. That's why I can't not keep the code.
CJ Battle. I can't say enough about this con. CJ Battle, firstborn bond of Aqua Tai Bazan. MHOE Ty, MHOE Brother Nature. And Ahop the Kai, man, Kai and Battle, man, all the cons. You know what I'm saying? You know, CJ does a lot of our production, a lot of the editing, man. Man, just a lot of the brain work, man, and the just the planning, the clarity, man, that comes out the Soulbone podcast, man. So much music, so much other film work. Shout out to The Peel. We got another beautiful work coming called The Peel. CJ's for real, for real. Moved from Texas to LA, popping off AIP, Aqua, Sam, Queen holding him, CJ way up. Does a lot of directing herself, man. And I mean, just a conglomerate, man, a true powerhouse. Shout out AHOP Oceana, the Aki Onyx, young Onyx, man. I mean, the tribe is growing and CJ Battle is growing and making sure you know it, man. Keep the code, keep the code. Wax on, wax off, man. Look what they done to my land, my nigga. Wax on, wax off. Tribe up music, baby. Tribe up music, baby.
Look what they did in my land. Stole my shit, couple grand. Up in their knees in quicksand. Earthquake moving, keep playing. No most high ain't playing. Tell you this land my main. Focus, vision my brain. Vibration, turn on my lane. I'm fighting through this pain. Most high keep me sane. Got me super sane. What these folks can't tame. The crew taking the vein. Dancing, bringing rain. Showing it ain't the same. Bringing back my rain. Showing this seed I grow, y'all. They changing spirit like alcohol. They looking fake, I'm feeling raw. Image most high, no animal. I'm not the color black, make me seminal. Keep so pure, no feeling on. That fake synthetic beat piss me off. Over here, overdosing on time Man, this world insane. Out this earth, the main. Got men in the veins. Wax off, wax on wax off, wax on wax off, wax on wax off, wax on wax off.
Cut it up, slice it up, bonsai. Gotta frame it up, shape it up, most high. I ain't Gandhi, but you call me Kankai. Kankai River be going to paradise. Conjure slicker, he flowing his own time. I ain't Gandhi, but you call me Unknown. Hit the vortex, I went through a tunnel. High diggers activate, nothing but trouble. No Michael Buffer, we ready to rumble. No rival tougher, we ready in the jungle. No psycho been rougher, I swear I see double. I stay with the toast, equipped with the muzzle. I'm burning up grumps too. Got an air car like Badu. Gotta beat the jet like a Badu. Gotta box him back, it's round two. Ain't no kung fu like the Kung's food. Wax off, cooking up out with a good broth. Striking him out with a good toss. Sliding the pitch like I'm Rick Ross. Sliding the pitch like I'm Rue Falls. Sliding the dish like I'm Chef Paul. And sliding the clinch with a game ball. Legs strong, back saw. Tracks on. She ain't strong, that hot sauce. She the way, nip song. Wax on wax. Miyagi kicking bad thoughts right out my lobby. Danielson, King David's bond. Nebuchadnezzar to kill him hostage.
Wax on wax off, 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 wax on wax off.
Okay. Guardian of the galaxy, the mangled, the tangled, the disdained. His domain is measured in the links of a chain. No slinking for him, he is the king. The king. Halal HaWah. Flat Jaw 101 is unlike anything that's ever been done. We have risen like a rose from the concrete. Dude's dragonfly, you're moving too fast. Slow down, drop it too fast.
Let's get started.
Pull this one. Drop Nation.
Top, tip top, wave, drip drop. All good muscle from the top. Most high energy never stop. Even on the ground, never rot. My jigga aka B-Rock. Swan night, watching my flock. Bubba caught and hijack out the top. Hot, too hot. Wind over your head, I forgot. Ether got his hands on my locks. Abstract thinking on my lap. How they texting that I got. I'm fighting like Peru, Tupac. They got you like on a moonwalk. They got you like walking on ice. They got you on a make-believe yacht. Got you hijack in them cops. Cowboy Indian plot. Where dark skin could get you shot.
Do the dragonfly, you're moving too fast. Slow down, drop it too fast.
Top, tip top, wave, drip drop. All good motion from the top. Most high energy never stop. Even on the ground, never rot. Hot, too hot. Top, tip top, wave, drip drop. All good motion from the top. Most high energy never stop. Even on the ground, never rot. Hot, too hot.
Do the dragonfly, you're moving too fast. Slow down, drop it too fast.
Getting tired of painted skies with fake rain and fake snow. Big clouds with airplanes and exhaust full of petrol. Getting too high, no fear of mine, cause I know we inside that dome. Till it's time to leave and go home. Like an animate object floating through the sky, and I'm picking up velocity. Saying, oh my, on the mountain at the top of it. It's a long ride, but the most I've been gotten me. Ain't nothing stopping me. I don't never fall, and I can never flop. Don't need a phone to talk to my pops. I don't never fold, and I don't never flop. On the road to the tip top.
I don't need a phone to talk to my pops, and I don't need a pole whenever I see my op. And we don't need no reason to run from these cops, but just the other day another nigga got shot. And don't ask me, go that you see the shooting, cause you get hit for saying anything a nigga doing. Ain't my fault, I knock it so quick to blast, cause that ain't any different than it was in the past. Welcome to the demo for the campo, get the memo. We game HOEKTC, hope I make things so simple. Let's get started, insert this if you ready to party. It's deck of cards be guarded, hearts be playing like Atari. It's system overloaded, hijack city when they miss me. Do the dragonfly, you moving too. It's system overloaded, hijack city when they miss me. Slow down, dropping too. The pressure's piling up, Hawaii formulate no quitter. But it's for quarter, anything can get it, knock a trigger. The measure of a man is can he stand when life is bitter. When days are shorter, every day he feeling like it's winter. It's system overloaded, hijack city when they miss me. Do the dragonfly, you moving too. It's system overloaded, hijack city when they miss me. Slow down, dropping too fast.
Top, tip top, way, drip drop. All good motion from the top. Most high energy never stop. Even on the ground, never ride. High, too high. Top, tip top, way, drip drop. All good motion from the top. Most high energy never stop. Even on the ground, never ride. High, too high.
Tribe Mafia. Shout out to Tribal Mafia, man. That's the conglomerate of the tribe, making tribe up music. We out of here, baby. I had a good time, man. I mean, I never said this was going to be a quick one. I just said Shabbat Shalom, because you might be finishing this drop in the Shabbat. You know, this is a nice one for y'all to rewind. Just something to ride to, my naga, if you driving, if you working, you know what I'm saying, before the Shabbat or after the Shabbat. You popping off and, continue to pop off with MHOE, Lauren Hill, Zion Morley. What it do?
Fanaya, this is my granddaughter, Azaria. This is my son, Zion.
Yeah.
What's that shirt say? Most high over everything, right?
Right.
Most high over everything?
Right.
Yes, Zion. Yes, sir.
How real is that, man? Go to MHOE.clothing, man. You know what I mean? And just enjoy the flow, man. We'll be having a lot more waves of discounts. We got the long sleeves to drop for the winter flow, man. We got, man, so many more designs, man. My jig is popping off. If you're a designer, you want to, bring us into the ether with your flow, man, make sure you hit us up, 432thedrop@gmail.com, or you can hit us on a DM, most high over _ everything. That's most high OVA _ everything. Zion Marley said almost a full year, most high over everything. Barakatah MHOE. That's our brand ambassador, man. And, we just want to make sure no matter what we're talking about, flat drop, health drop, science drop, tech drop, we put the most high over everything, especially with that indigenous truth. We will be right back with this indigenous truth. Soulbone Podcast. Make sure you are digging on it. SOLBONE Podcast on IG. And look out, I got a lot more footage from the latest, episode of the Soulbone Podcast, man. So look out for that. We will be dropping it right here at home at 432 The Drop Radio. While mentioning perils, it might be well to suggest the fact that there is a black peril, not in America, but in Africa. And speaking of recent native uprisings against white settlers near Liberia, Africa, the New York Mail and Express says, quote, the scene of this deed is significant. For if the black avalanche is ever let loose in Africa, it will undoubtedly be by the hand of some black who has been inspired by thoughts of black rule and independence, such as those that prevail in Liberia. Now, you remember they were trying to bring us to Liberia, right? So you know what they're talking about. Who's inspiring them to start this black avalanche of freedom? Hijack free, right? So for the attempt, at least nothing is wanted But the Tecumseh Leo, or excuse me, the Toussaint Louverture, we're talking the Haiti Recon Toussaint Louverture, how he had the hijack tucking their skirts, right? Running off the island, right? The determination and able black leader who can organize the diverse and mutually foreign nations and tribes and inspire them with the common motive of revolt. A Negro King Philip, a Negro Pontiac, a Negro Tecumseh, the stamp of whose foot upon the earth may someday be heard in the earthquake, is neither inconceivable nor impossible. Surely in these perils we find food for thought, boss. And we know these are all copper-colored people, copper-colored cons. You know what I'm saying? Toussaint Louverture, of course, and of course the Negro Tecumseh, who is a Hebrew in America. Soulbone Podcast. Time at Zion is popping off. MHOE TBZ. Time at Zion. ThaWaDa, my knockers for surfing the wave with me, because I'm surfing the wave with you. 9 above the barrier in that 432. A lot more flat drop to come. Indigenous truth to come. Cities of gold to come. A lot of music, tribal music to come. Soulbone Podcast popping off. ThaWaDa for all your support. And, you know, a real difficult time for us and everybody as we are rebuilding our platform, period. Websites, radio, all that. So you've been super patient with us, my noggin. I always got to give you appreciation for that. And all your support, man, at MHOE and just donations, everything you're doing to make sure we keep the lights on. Our site is down. A lot of our support is down, right? Because that's how a lot of my noggin support. So ThaWaDa, my noggins, man, and click the links below to continue your support for Joy World, MHOE, and just our entire vibration, my noggin, right here at home at 432 The Drop. Radio, stay up, suit up, choose up, Drop Nation, Halal. Wow. ThaWaDa.